They handed a serial killer a badge and called him an asset. And by the time the FBI realized their mistake, 4 women were already rotting in shallow graves across the Colorado mountains. Welcome to True Crime Headquarters, where every story runs darker than the last, and the truth is always colder than fiction. I'm truly glad you're here. Whether you're watching from New York, South Africa, Canada, the Philippines, the UK, Greece, Sweden, New Zealand, or any of the countless places I can't name one by one, know this: I see you, I appreciate you, and you're part of this growing family. These stories are crafted to reach those who crave truth in the quiet hours. People who unwind, think, and fall asleep with mystery lingering in their minds. But when you only watch without subscribing, liking, or commenting, these stories don't travel far. They stay hidden when they should be heard. It costs nothing to hit subscribe, drop a like, or leave a thought below. But that small action keeps this channel alive and lets me keep sharing the dark, the true, and the untold. So, if these stories speak to you, please take a moment. It means everything, and it helps keep the truth alive. So, have you subscribed yet? I'm waiting. Done? Great. Thank you. I want you to know that every click and comment counts, and you are very important and highly welcomed here. This is the story of the wolf in FBI clothing, America's most trusted monster. They handed him a badge. They called him an asset. They believed every word that dripped from his silver tongue like poison disguised as medicine. Scott Kimball didn't just fool the FBI. He turned America's most powerful law enforcement agency into his personal hunting license. While federal agents thought they'd recruited a brilliant informant to catch criminals, they'd actually unleashed something far more terrifying. A predator who used their trust as camouflage, their resources as weapons, and their blind faith as the perfect cover for a killing spree that would span years and leave a trail of bodies buried in shallow graves across the Colorado wilderness. This is the story of how one man gamed the system, manipulated everyone who tried to help him, and proved that sometimes the most dangerous monsters are the ones we invite into our homes. For people trusted Scott Kimball with their lives. For people believed he could change. For people are dead, and the FBI had given him the keys to their kingdom. I know you love falling asleep to these stories, and tonight you're in for something truly chilling. We'll be exploring 4 haunting true crime cases, each one darker than the last. So, get cozy, unwind, and let the day melt away. But before you drift off, please don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and comment, and tell us where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. Now close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. Scott Kimball entered this world on March 24, 1966, in Evergreen, Colorado, a mountain town where pine trees stretched toward heaven and families felt safe enough to leave their doors unlocked. Nothing about his childhood screamed future serial killer to the casual observer. Middle-class family, decent neighborhood, the kind of American upbringing that produces accountants and teachers, not men who would later bury bodies in the frozen earth with the same casual indifference most people reserve for taking out trash. But something twisted early in Scott Kimball's development. Something that turned his brain into a hunting ground where empathy went to die. By the time he reached adolescence, that all-American boy exterior had become a mask, perfectly crafted and terrifyingly convincing. Behind those unremarkable features lived a mind that viewed other human beings as chess pieces, obstacles, or opportunities. Nothing more. Never anything more. His intelligence became apparent early. Scott possessed the kind of sharp, calculating mind that teachers praised and parents bragged about at dinner parties. He could charm adults effortlessly, delivering the exact words they wanted to hear with the timing of a seasoned performer. But intelligence without conscience creates something uniquely dangerous. A predator who can plan, adapt, and think 3 moves ahead of everyone trying to stop him. The warning signs emerged like cracks in a dam before it bursts. Scott's teenage years featured a growing pattern of manipulation that would have sent chills down any spine if someone had connected the dots. He lied with the ease most people breathe. He stole without remorse. He manipulated relationships, turning friends against each other for entertainment. Watching the chaos he created with the detached fascination of a scientist observing rats in a maze. By his early 20s, Scott Kimball had already begun his criminal career, though authorities would later realize they'd barely scratched the surface of his activities. Fraud became his specialty initially, sophisticated schemes that demonstrated his ability to forge identities, manipulate paperwork, and exploit systems designed to help people. He stole from employers who trusted him. He conned friends who believed in him. He left a trail of financial devastation wherever he went, always moving before the full scope of his crimes came to light. But fraud wasn't enough. Money satisfied his greed, but it couldn't feed the darker hunger growing inside him like a cancer. Scott Kimball craved control, absolute godlike control over human life. He wanted to play with people the way a cat tortures a mouse before the killing bite. He wanted to see fear in their eyes, to know that in those final moments, they understood exactly what he was. His first marriage collapsed under the weight of his psychological abuse. His wife, Jennifer, would later describe living with Scott as existing in a waking nightmare where reality constantly shifted beneath her feet. He gaslighted her relentlessly, convincing her that her memories were false, her instincts were wrong, her very perception of reality couldn't be trusted. When she finally escaped, she carried emotional scars that would take years to heal, if they ever truly did. Scott moved through relationships like a shark through water, leaving destruction in his wake. He married again, this time to a woman named Lori. He played the role of devoted husband with Oscar-worthy conviction, but behind closed doors, the mask slipped. He controlled her finances. He isolated her from friends and family. He created a prison without bars, and she didn't even realize she was trapped until years later. Throughout his 20s and 30s, Scott refined his greatest weapon: the ability to become exactly what people needed him to be. Employers saw a dedicated worker. Friends saw a loyal companion. Women saw a charismatic romantic. Law enforcement, when they bothered to look, saw a small-time con artist, nothing more. Nobody saw the truth. Nobody suspected that this man who could charm a room full of strangers had already started fantasizing about murder in graphic, elaborate detail. His criminal activities escalated. The frauds became more brazen, more complex. He stole identities with surgical precision, sometimes maintaining multiple false personas simultaneously. He forged documents that fooled banks, government agencies, and corporations. He lived in a house of cards built on lies, but the structure never collapsed because Scott Kimball was that good at maintaining the illusion. Then came the arrests. Multiple jurisdictions wanted him for various fraud charges, and finally, the legal system caught up with him. Scott found himself facing serious prison time, years behind bars that would strip away his freedom and his carefully constructed facade. For most criminals, this would be rock bottom. For Scott Kimball, it became an opportunity. Sitting in a Colorado jail cell in 2002, Scott made a calculation that would prove fatal for multiple innocent people. He realized that law enforcement agencies were desperate for informants, people who could infiltrate criminal organizations, gather evidence, and help bring down bigger fish than a mere fraudster. Scott saw his opening. He saw his escape route. More terrifyingly, he saw his chance to commit murder under the protective umbrella of government authority. He approached federal authorities with a proposition. He could help them. He had connections in the criminal underworld. He knew people involved in identity theft rings, fraud operations, and drug trafficking. He could be valuable, extremely valuable, if they would just give him a chance to prove himself. The pitch was perfect because Scott Kimball understood human psychology better than most trained therapists. He knew exactly what buttons to push, what promises to make, what version of himself to present. The FBI bit. They saw a smart criminal willing to flip, and they desperately needed informants who could navigate sophisticated white-collar crime networks. Scott Kimball became an official FBI informant, complete with a handler and a mission. They gave him freedom to move, to interact with targets, to gather information. They gave him trust, and that trust became the deadliest mistake the federal government ever made. Scott didn't waste his new position on actually helping law enforcement. Instead, he began identifying potential victims, people he could manipulate, control, and ultimately kill. His FBI status gave him legitimacy. It gave him cover stories for suspicious behavior. It gave him the confidence that if anyone questioned his activities, he could simply claim he was working an angle for his federal handlers. The monster had been building inside Scott Kimball for decades, fed by every successful manipulation, every unpunished crime, every person he hurt without consequence. Now, with FBI credentials in his pocket and freedom to operate, that monster was finally free to hunt. His methodology emerged gradually. Scott targeted vulnerable people, those struggling with addiction, those facing legal troubles, those desperate for help or friendship or love. He inserted himself into their lives like a parasite, offering solutions to their problems while simultaneously studying them, learning their weaknesses, planning their deaths. To the world, he appeared helpful, even generous. To his victims, he became the last person they ever trusted. The transformation was complete. Scott Kimball had evolved from small-time con artist to FBI informant to serial killer, and each step along that dark path had been facilitated by a system that failed to see what he truly was. The institutions designed to protect society had instead armed a predator and turned him loose. Friends who knew Scott during this period would later describe feeling unsettled around him without understanding why. There was something in his eyes during certain moments, a flatness, an absence of anything resembling normal human emotion. When he laughed, it sounded mechanical, like he'd learned the behavior by watching others and was performing it on command. When he expressed concern, the words were perfect but somehow hollow, like a beautifully wrapped gift box containing absolutely nothing. But these were subtle signs, easily dismissed or rationalized. Scott's mask rarely slipped in public, and when it did, the glimpses were brief enough that witnesses questioned their own perceptions. He was that good. He'd spent his entire life perfecting the art of appearing human while harboring something fundamentally broken beneath the surface. As 2003 approached, Scott Kimball was ready. He'd identified his hunting ground, the vast, isolated wilderness areas of Colorado where bodies could disappear for years. He'd selected his weapon, his silver tongue, capable of luring victims into situations where they'd be completely vulnerable. He'd established his cover. His FBI status gave him the perfect explanation for unusual behavior or suspicious questions. The stage was set. The monster was loose. And law enforcement, the very people supposed to protect innocent citizens from predators like Scott Kimball, had unwittingly helped him prepare for murder. They'd given him opportunity, freedom, and credibility. Now he would use all three to destroy lives, devastate families, and prove that evil doesn't always announce itself with obvious signs. Sometimes it wears a smile, extends a helping hand, and speaks with the voice of someone you should trust. The killing was about to begin. For people, each with dreams, loved ones, and futures they'd never see, were walking toward their doom, completely unaware that the friendly man offering help was actually measuring them for graves. Scott Kimball's murder spree was about to start, and when it finally ended, the body count would force America to ask a terrifying question. If the FBI can't recognize a serial killer working as their informant, how many other monsters are hiding in plain sight? Jennifer Markham should never have trusted Scott Kimball. But trust is a strange thing. It grows in the spaces where desperation meets hope, and in 2003, Jennifer was drowning in both. At 45 years old, she'd battled drug addiction for years, fighting a demon that had cost her jobs, relationships, and nearly her life. She was trying to get clean, trying to rebuild, trying to believe that redemption was possible. Then Scott Kimball walked into her orbit, and her fate was sealed. They met through mutual acquaintances in the recovery community, those fragile networks where broken people try to help each other stay upright. Scott presented himself as someone who understood struggle, who'd made mistakes but was turning his life around through work with law enforcement. He spoke about his FBI informant status casually, dropping hints that he was helping bring down bad people, making the world safer. To someone like Jennifer, vulnerable, seeking purpose, desperate for connection, Scott seemed like proof that change was possible. He cultivated their relationship with patience that would have been admirable if it hadn't been so sinister. Scott invited Jennifer to coffee, listened to her stories with apparent empathy, offered advice that seemed genuinely helpful. He became her friend, then her confidant, then something more complicated. Jennifer started to depend on him emotionally, and Scott encouraged this dependence with the skill of a predator who'd spent decades perfecting his craft. But Scott wasn't building a friendship. He was constructing a trap, and Jennifer was walking into it one trusting step at a time. His mind was already working through the logistics of murder, where, when, how. He studied Jennifer's routines, her relationships, her support network. He identified the gaps in her life where someone could disappear without immediate alarm. He planned her death the way an architect designs a building, with attention to every detail and contingency. The manipulation intensified. Scott began asking Jennifer for help with his informant work, spinning elaborate stories about criminal networks he was infiltrating. He needed her to hold onto some items for him, he claimed. He needed her to drive him to certain locations. He needed her to keep certain meetings confidential because his cover depended on secrecy. Jennifer, trusting and eager to help someone who'd been so kind to her, agreed to everything. Scott's method was psychological torture disguised as friendship. He isolated Jennifer gradually, creating situations where she'd cancel plans with other friends to help him with urgent FBI matters. He tested her loyalty constantly, asking increasingly strange favors to gauge how much control he'd established. He rewired her instincts, training her to dismiss her own discomfort as paranoia or weakness. In August 2003, Scott told Jennifer he needed her help with something important. There was a meeting in the mountains, he explained, related to his informant work. He needed someone he could trust to come along, just as backup in case things went wrong. Jennifer agreed, never questioning why an FBI informant would bring a recovering addict instead of his handler to a potentially dangerous meeting. The story was absurd, but Scott's confidence made it believable, and Jennifer's trust made her blind. They drove into the Colorado wilderness, following roads that became progressively more isolated, more remote, more impossible to escape from. Jennifer should have felt afraid, but Scott kept her calm with casual conversation and reassurances. He was brilliant at reading people's anxiety levels and adjusting his behavior to keep them compliant. By the time they reached the killing ground, a desolate area where screams would echo into nothing, Jennifer still believed she was helping a friend. The moment Scott's mask dropped must have been absolutely terrifying. 1 second, he was the kind, helpful friend who'd supported her recovery. The next, he was something else entirely, something cold and hungry and utterly devoid of humanity. Jennifer realized her mistake in those final seconds, understanding with horrible clarity that she'd been fooled, used, and led to her own execution. Scott Kimball killed Jennifer Markham with brutal efficiency. The specific method remains partially unclear. Scott gave conflicting accounts during later confessions, changing details to maintain psychological control even while imprisoned. But the autopsy and crime scene evidence painted a picture of violence, of a woman who'd fought desperately for her life, of a killer who'd overpowered her through physical force and sheer ruthlessness. He buried her body in a shallow grave, covering it hastily with dirt and rocks. There was no ceremony, no remorse, no acknowledgement of the human life he'd just extinguished. To Scott, Jennifer was simply a problem solved, an urge satisfied, a kill completed. He drove away from that mountain gravesite whistling, according to his own later testimony, feeling absolutely nothing except perhaps satisfaction at having gotten away with murder. Jennifer's disappearance triggered concern among her friends and family, but Scott had prepared for this. He told people she'd relapsed and run off with a drug dealer she'd met. He produced text messages allegedly from Jennifer saying she needed space. He played the concerned friend perfectly, expressing worry while simultaneously spreading rumors that painted Jennifer as unreliable and unstable. Law enforcement investigated half-heartedly. Another addict who disappeared was sadly common, and found nothing suspicious. Scott Kimball had committed the perfect murder, or so he believed. The truth was that Jennifer's death was only the beginning, and his growing confidence would make him sloppy, arrogant, and eventually catchable. But that reckoning was still years away. For now, Scott was riding high on the rush of having killed without consequence. His appetite for murder had been awakened and fed. The fantasy was no longer enough. He'd tasted the reality of taking a human life, and he wanted more. Scott began hunting for his next victim almost immediately, scanning his environment for another vulnerable target, another person isolated enough to disappear without catastrophic investigation. He found her in his own family. Casey McLeod was Scott's uncle's daughter, a young woman of 24 who'd struggled with addiction and legal troubles throughout her early 20s. She was trying to get clean, trying to build a better life, trying to escape the cycles that had trapped her. And Scott Kimball saw opportunity. The familial connection made Casey even more vulnerable to Scott's manipulation. Family was supposed to be safe, supposed to protect you, supposed to have your best interests at heart. When Scott reached out to Casey offering help, support, and guidance, she had every reason to trust him. Cousins help cousins. Family takes care of family. These weren't naive assumptions. They were reasonable beliefs that Scott weaponized against her. Scott offered Casey a place to stay while she got back on her feet. He talked about his connections through his FBI work, suggesting he could help her with her legal problems. He painted himself as the one family member who wouldn't judge her, who understood that people make mistakes, who believed in second chances. Casey, desperate for stability and support, accepted his help gratefully. Moving into Scott's orbit was signing her own death warrant. He began the same psychological process he'd used on Jennifer: isolation, control, dependency. He convinced Casey to cut ties with friends he deemed bad influences. He monitored her phone calls and communications. He established himself as the sole source of support in her life, creating a situation where she had nobody to turn to except the man planning to kill her. Scott's MO revealed itself as a pattern. He targeted vulnerable women with addiction histories, legal troubles, or social isolation. He cultivated trust through false friendship and fake concern. He isolated them systematically, cutting them off from support networks. Then, when they were completely dependent on him and completely isolated, he struck. The methodology was calculated, practiced, refined with each victim. Casey McLeod disappeared in February 2004, just 6 months after Jennifer Markham. Scott claimed she'd relapsed and run away, the same story he'd used before. Family members were concerned but not immediately suspicious. Casey's history of instability gave Scott's lies believability. By the time anyone seriously questioned his story, Casey was already dead and buried in another shallow grave in the Colorado wilderness. The details of Casey's murder are particularly horrifying because Scott later admitted he'd kept her alive for days before killing her. He'd held her captive in a remote location, playing psychological games, tormenting her, feeding his need for absolute control over another human being. When he finally killed her, it was with the same cold brutality he'd shown Jennifer, and he disposed of her body with the same casual indifference. 2 women were dead. 2 families were devastating by disappearances that law enforcement treated as runaways or relapses. And Scott Kimball was still walking free, still operating as an FBI informant, still trusted by the very people who should have been investigating him. The system was failing spectacularly, and the body count was climbing. But Scott's success was breeding the overconfidence that would eventually destroy him. Each murder that went undetected reinforced his belief in his own brilliance, his own invincibility. He started taking bigger risks, becoming sloppier with his cover stories, displaying behavior that should have raised red flags to anyone paying attention. The FBI continued using him as an informant, apparently oblivious to the fact that their asset was a serial killer. Scott filed reports, attended meetings, and maintained his cover as a helpful criminal-turned-good guy. Meanwhile, he was actively hunting for his next victim, his appetite for murder growing stronger with each kill. His targeting criteria expanded. He no longer limited himself to women with addiction histories. Anyone vulnerable would do, anyone he could isolate, control, and kill without immediate detection. Scott was devolving from a careful, methodical killer into something more reckless and dangerous. The monster inside him was taking over completely, eroding whatever thin veneer of humanity he'd maintained. The Colorado wilderness became his dumping ground, those vast stretches of mountains and forests where bodies could lie undiscovered for years. Scott knew the terrain well, knew the remote areas where hikers rarely ventured and searchers rarely looked. Each grave was carefully selected for its isolation, its ability to keep secrets buried deep beneath soil and snow. 2 murders in less than a year. 2 women who'd trusted the wrong person, whose desperation for help had led them straight into a predator's hands. 2 families destroyed by disappearances that authorities treated as statistics rather than tragedies deserving full investigation. The system that should have protected Jennifer Markham and Casey McLeod instead failed them catastrophically. And the man who'd killed them was preparing to kill again. Scott Kimball's confidence had reached dangerous levels. He believed himself untouchable, brilliant, capable of outwitting anyone who questioned him. That hubris would eventually contribute to his downfall, but in 2004, it simply made him more dangerous. A serial killer who believes he cannot be caught is a serial killer who will keep killing until someone stops him by force. The nightmare was accelerating, and nobody in law enforcement seemed to notice or care that 2 women connected to the same FBI informant had mysteriously vanished within months of each other. The red flags were there, screaming for attention, but nobody was looking. And Scott Kimball was already identifying his next victim, already spinning the lies that would lure another trusting soul to their death. Terry Kimball never imagined her husband's handsome, charming nephew would become the man who destroyed her life. But family connections mean nothing to a serial killer, and in 2004, Scott Kimball set his sights on his uncle's wife with the same cold calculation he'd shown all his previous victims. Terry wasn't struggling with addiction or legal troubles like Jennifer and Casey. Her vulnerability came from a different source: terminal illness and the desperate need for help during her final months. Terry had cancer, aggressive, advancing, stealing her strength day by day. Her husband, Scott's Uncle Bill, was struggling to provide the round-the-clock care she needed while maintaining his job and managing their household. When Scott offered to help, it seemed like a blessing. Family stepping up during crisis. A nephew showing compassion for his dying aunt. Bill accepted Scott's offer gratefully, never suspecting he was inviting a predator into their home. Scott moved into their residence under the guise of being a caretaker. He helped with Terry's medications, assisted with household tasks, provided company during her long days alone. On the surface, he was the perfect nephew, attentive, helpful, patient. But Scott Kimball didn't do anything without ulterior motive, and his interest in Terry had nothing to do with family loyalty. He wanted her money. Terry and Bill had accumulated modest savings throughout their lives, and Scott saw opportunity in Terry's deteriorating condition. More chillingly, he saw another chance to kill, this time someone whose death might be attributed to natural causes, making it the perfect crime. A cancer patient dying while under home care would trigger no investigation, no autopsy demanding answers, no scrutiny of the caretaker who'd been alone with her for hours each day. But Scott's plan required more than just opportunity. He needed access to Terry's finances, her legal documents, her personal information. He began the manipulation carefully, suggesting to Bill that Terry should add Scott to certain accounts, just in case something happens and you need someone to handle things quickly. He framed it as practical emergency planning, and Bill, overwhelmed and exhausted, agreed. Terry herself was more skeptical. Something about Scott unsettled her, though she couldn't articulate exactly what. There were moments when she'd wake from medication-induced sleep to find him standing in her room, watching her with an expression she couldn't read. There were times when he'd ask strange questions about her finances, her will, her plans for distributing assets. Her instincts screamed warnings, but she was too weak to act on them, too dependent on his help to push him away. Scott's psychological torture of Terry was particularly cruel because she was already dying. He didn't need to kill her. Cancer would do that soon enough. But Scott couldn't resist the opportunity to speed the process, to have control over the exact moment of death, to play God with someone's final days. He began tampering with her medications, adjusting dosages in ways that made her suffering worse, that accelerated her decline, that ensured her death would come sooner rather than later. The specific details of Terry's final days remain partially unclear. Scott confessed to hastening her death, but provided inconsistent accounts of exactly what he did. Some versions involved medication overdoses. Others suggested he'd smothered her during one of her increasingly frequent episodes of respiratory distress. What's certain is that Terry Kimball died in April 2004, and Scott Kimball was directly responsible for ending her life prematurely. Her death was ruled natural causes. Cancer had claimed another victim, no investigation required. Bill grieved his wife, grateful that Scott had been there to help during those final difficult weeks. He had no idea that his nephew had murdered Terry, stolen from her accounts before her death, and forged documents to ensure he'd receive additional assets from her estate. Scott attended the funeral with appropriate solemnity, played the grieving nephew perfectly, and walked away with money and the satisfaction of another successful kill. 3 people dead in less than a year. Scott Kimball's murder spree was accelerating, and his methods were diversifying. He'd proven he could kill strangers who trusted him. He'd proven he could kill family members. He'd proven he could make murders look like natural deaths or voluntary disappearances. His confidence had evolved into full-blown megalomaniacal certainty that he was untouchable. The FBI remained oblivious. Scott continued filing informant reports, attending meetings with his handler, and maintaining his cover as a reformed criminal helping law enforcement. Not once did his handler question the suspicious number of people vanishing from Scott's life. Not once did anyone at the Bureau connect the dots between their informant and the missing women. The failure was systemic and catastrophic. But Scott's growing arrogance was creating cracks in his facade. He started spending money more freely, purchasing items that his legitimate income couldn't support. He told contradictory stories about his activities, forgetting which lies he'd told to which people. He displayed behavior that should have alarmed anyone paying attention. Coldness when discussing missing friends, inappropriate affect when circumstances called for emotion, flashes of cruelty that escaped his normally tight control. His final murder was also his sloppiest, and it would ultimately lead to his downfall. Leanne Emery was Scott's ex-girlfriend, a woman he'd dated briefly and who'd had the good sense to end the relationship when she recognized his manipulative behavior. But Leanne made a fatal mistake. She stayed in contact with Scott, believing they could maintain a friendship despite their romantic history. By early 2004, Leanne was engaged to another man and planning her wedding. She was happy, successful, building the life she wanted. Scott watched this development with jealous rage barely concealed beneath his friendly exterior. Leanne had rejected him, moved on, found someone better. That rejection was intolerable to someone with Scott's pathological need for control. He began insinuating himself back into Leanne's life, using his charm to convince her he was genuinely happy for her and wanted to maintain their friendship. Leanne, trusting and kind-hearted, believed him. She included Scott in social gatherings, confided in him about wedding plans, treated him as a genuine friend. She didn't see the danger until it was too late. Scott started spreading rumors about Leanne's fiancé, subtle suggestions that the man was unfaithful or had a criminal background. He played on Leanne's insecurities, trying to sabotage her relationship from the inside. When that didn't work, when Leanne refused to believe his lies, Scott's rage intensified. He'd lost control of the narrative, lost his ability to manipulate the situation, and that loss triggered his decision to kill. In March 2004, Scott asked Leanne to meet him to discuss something important about her fiancé. He claimed to have information she needed to hear before the wedding, information that would protect her from making a terrible mistake. Leanne agreed to meet him in a public location, but Scott convinced her to go somewhere more private where they could talk without being overheard. Once again, his silver tongue lured a victim into an isolated situation. The murder of Leanne Emery was brutal and rage-filled in ways Scott's previous kills hadn't been. This wasn't the cold, calculated execution of Jennifer Markham or the prolonged psychological torture of Casey McLeod. This was violence born from rejection and wounded pride. Scott beat Leanne savagely, strangled her, and according to his later confession, continued attacking her body even after she was clearly dead. The crime scene, eventually discovered years later, showed evidence of extreme violence of a killer who'd lost control completely. Scott disposed of Leanne's body in another remote wilderness location, burying her quickly and carelessly. He was rattled this time, shaken by the intensity of his own rage, aware that he'd lost the cool control that had characterized his previous murders. This kill was different, and somewhere in his pathological mind, Scott knew it marked a turning point. Leanne's disappearance triggered more serious investigation than the previous victims had received. She was engaged, employed, stable, not someone who'd run away without explanation. Her fiancé was frantic, her family was devastated, and law enforcement took her disappearance seriously from day one. Detectives began interviewing everyone in Leanne's life, and Scott Kimball's name came up repeatedly as a recent friend. Scott's performance during police interviews was typically brilliant. He expressed appropriate concern, provided helpful information, suggested places investigators might look. He played the worried friend perfectly, never displaying the slightest hint that he'd murdered the woman they were searching for. Detectives found him credible, even likable, and moved on to other leads. But Scott had made mistakes this time. Leanne's cell phone records showed she'd been in contact with him shortly before disappearing. Witnesses had seen them together. Financial records showed unusual activity on her accounts that occurred after she vanished. The dots were there, waiting for someone to connect them, and Scott's FBI informant status wouldn't be enough to protect him if investigators dug deeply enough. For people were dead: Jennifer Markham, Casey McLeod, Terry Kimball, and Leanne Emery. For lives extinguished by a man who viewed human beings as disposable objects existing solely for his use. The body count would have continued climbing if Scott's arrogance hadn't finally caught up with him. The FBI finally began questioning Scott's activities in late 2004, not because they suspected him of murder, but because his informant work had become increasingly unreliable. He missed meetings, filed vague reports, failed to produce the results he'd promised. An internal review of his activities revealed suspicious financial transactions, forged documents, and indications that Scott had been committing fraud even while working as an informant. Federal agents confronted Scott with evidence of his ongoing criminal behavior. They expected denials, maybe lawyer demands. Instead, Scott made a calculation. He could trade information about bigger crimes in exchange for leniency. He began dropping hints about knowing details of unsolved disappearances, suggesting he had information that could close cases if prosecutors were willing to deal. What Scott didn't realize was that he'd miscalculated catastrophically. The information he dangled as bait actually made investigators focus on him more intensely. His knowledge of disappearances he shouldn't have known about raised immediate red flags. His casual mention of details never made public-triggered alarm bells in every detective's mind. The investigation shifted rapidly from fraud to homicide. Multiple jurisdictions realized they had missing women connected to the same man, a man who'd been operating as an FBI informant while simultaneously killing people. The embarrassment for the Bureau was massive, but the focus remained on stopping Scott Kimball before he could claim another victim. Detectives began executing search warrants, seizing Scott's possessions, analyzing his communications. They brought in forensic accountants to track his financial crimes. They interviewed everyone who'd ever known him, slowly constructing a picture of a career criminal whose fraud had been the least dangerous of his offenses. Scott sensed the walls closing in. His usual confidence began cracking as he realized his manipulation tactics weren't working anymore. Investigators had learned from previous interactions, had compared notes, had identified the patterns in his lies. They were asking questions he couldn't answer without incriminating himself, setting traps he couldn't see until he'd already stumbled into them. In December 2004, authorities arrested Scott Kimball on federal fraud charges. The evidence was overwhelming: forged documents, stolen identities, financial crimes spanning years. Scott was held without bail, finally contained, finally prevented from hunting new victims. But the murder investigation was just beginning, and detectives knew getting Scott to confess would require exceptional strategy. The man who'd manipulated everyone around him for decades was about to face interrogators who understood exactly what he was. The FBI informant who'd turned into a serial killer was finally in custody. The question was whether investigators could prove murder and recover the bodies of his victims, or whether Scott's silver tongue would help him escape justice one final time. The game had changed. Scott Kimball was no longer the hunter. He'd become the prey. And the predator who'd always believed himself smarter than everyone else was about to discover that eventually. Even the most careful killers make fatal mistakes. Scott Kimball sat in an interrogation room in December 2004, handcuffed to a table, facing detectives who'd spent months studying his crimes. For the first time in his life, his charm wasn't working. His lies weren't being believed. His manipulation tactics were being recognized and countered before he could deploy them. The serial killer who'd outsmarted law enforcement for years was finally confronting people who understood exactly what he was. The interrogation strategy was brilliant. Detectives didn't confront Scott with accusations. They didn't show anger or disgust despite knowing they were sitting across from a serial killer. Instead, they played to his ego, his arrogance, his pathological need to be recognized as the smartest person in any room. They treated him like a criminal mastermind whose brilliance deserved acknowledgement, and Scott, always hungry for validation, took the bait. He began talking, carefully at first, dancing around direct admissions. He dropped hints about unsolved disappearances, suggested he knew things that could help close cases, implied that certain missing persons weren't actually missing but rather buried where nobody had thought to look. The detectives listened without interrupting, letting Scott's narcissism drive the conversation forward. The strategy of appealing to his ego worked because Scott Kimball couldn't resist the opportunity to brag. He'd spent years killing people and receiving no credit for his brilliance, no recognition of how perfectly he'd executed each murder, no acknowledgement of his superiority over the investigators who'd failed to catch him. Now, finally, people were treating him as the genius he believed himself to be. Over multiple interrogation sessions spanning weeks, Scott gradually confessed to 4 murders. He described killing Jennifer Markham, Casey McLeod, Terry Kimball, and Leanne Emery with chilling detachment, as if recounting mundane errands rather than brutal homicides. He provided details about how he'd selected victims, isolated them, manipulated them into vulnerable positions, and ultimately killed them. His tone remained flat, clinical, completely devoid of remorse. But Scott's confessions came with a price. He wanted deals, leniency, special treatment. He wanted guarantees about where he'd be imprisoned, what privileges he'd receive, how his cooperation would be rewarded. He treated the confession process like a negotiation, trying to leverage information about his victims' burial sites for personal benefit. The detectives played along, making vague promises while securing recorded admissions that would ensure Scott never walked free again. The location of the bodies became the focus of intense negotiation. Scott knew where he'd buried each victim, but he wasn't willing to simply tell investigators. He wanted to personally lead them to the graves, wanted the attention and control that came from being essential to the recovery process. Prosecutors agreed, and in early 2005, Scott Kimball took law enforcement on a horrific tour of death through the Colorado wilderness. The first recovery expedition happened on a frozen February morning in 2005. Scott, shackled and surrounded by armed officers, directed them to a remote area outside Boulder where he'd buried Jennifer Markham 18 months earlier. Snow covered the ground, making the landscape look pristine and peaceful, a cruel contrast to what lay beneath. Scott pointed to a spot between 2 large rocks, and excavation began. The process of unearthing Jennifer's remains was painstaking and grim. Forensic teams worked carefully, documenting every layer of soil, preserving evidence that might prove useful in court. After hours of digging in the bitter cold, they found her. Skeletal remains wrapped in a tarp, buried shallow enough that animals had disturbed parts of the grave. Jennifer Markham's family finally had answers, but those answers came with images that would haunt them forever. Scott watched the excavation with disturbing interest, offering commentary about how he'd chosen the location, how he'd dug the grave, how he'd disposed of evidence. He showed no remorse, no recognition that the bones being carefully removed from frozen earth had once been a living, breathing woman with hopes and dreams and people who loved her. To Scott, this was simply a chance to demonstrate his cleverness, his attention to detail, his skill at concealment. The recovery of Casey McLeod's body came next. Scott directed investigators to an area in the mountains west of Colorado Springs, a location so remote that reaching it required hiking nearly 2 miles through rough terrain. Casey had been buried deeper than Jennifer, in rockier soil that had preserved her remains better. The forensic evidence told a horrific story of her final hours. Evidence of restraints, signs of prolonged captivity, indications that she'd been alive and aware for some time before Scott finally killed her. Scott's description of Casey's murder was particularly disturbing. He admitted keeping her captive for days in a remote cabin, torturing her psychologically by describing in detail what he planned to do, making her beg for her life while he decided whether to extend it another day or end it immediately. The cruelty wasn't just physical. It was mental and emotional, designed to maximize suffering and feed Scott's godlike sense of control over another human being. Finding Terry Kimball's burial site proved more complicated. Scott initially claimed he'd cremated her body and scattered the ashes, making recovery impossible. But investigators didn't believe him. Cremation requires specialized equipment and leaves traces Scott wouldn't have been able to hide. Under pressure and facing the possibility of losing his deals, Scott finally admitted he'd buried Terry in her own backyard, beneath a shed that her husband Bill had helped Scott build weeks after her death. The excavation of Terry's grave was emotionally devastating for Bill Kimball. He'd been living on top of his murdered wife's body for months, completely unaware that the nephew he trusted had killed Terry and hidden her literally feet from where Bill slept every night. The psychological trauma of that realization required years of therapy to process, and Bill would later say he never truly recovered from the betrayal. Terry's autopsy revealed evidence of medication tampering and possible smothering, though decomposition made definitive conclusions difficult. What was clear was that her death hadn't been natural, that someone had deliberately ended her life prematurely, and that Scott Kimball had murdered his own aunt for financial gain and twisted satisfaction. Leanne Emery's recovery was the final and most difficult excavation. Scott led investigators to a ravine in the mountains near Vail, an area accessible only by ATV and treacherous even for experienced outdoorsmen. The grave site was hidden beneath a rockslide that Scott had triggered deliberately to conceal the burial location. Moving the rocks required heavy equipment and days of dangerous work. When investigators finally reached Leanne's remains, the evidence of Scott's rage-filled violence was undeniable even after months of decomposition and exposure to elements. The forensic anthropologist examining her skeleton documented multiple fractures consistent with severe beating, damage to the hyoid bone indicating strangulation, and positioning that suggested she'd been conscious and fighting until the very end. Leanne Emery had died hard, and Scott Kimball had made her suffering as prolonged as possible. With all four bodies recovered and Scott's confessions on record, prosecutors prepared for trial. The evidence was overwhelming. Confessions, forensic proof, financial records showing Scott's theft from victims, testimony from dozens of witnesses about his manipulative behavior. The case was airtight, but Scott's defense team still tried to negotiate for life in prison rather than the death penalty. Colorado had reinstated capital punishment, and prosecutors were determined to seek death for Scott's crimes. The brutality of the murders, the number of victims, the betrayal of trust, and the fact that he'd used his FBI status to facilitate killing all supported death penalty consideration. Scott, facing his own mortality for the first time, finally showed emotion, not remorse for his victims, but fear for himself. The trial began in August 2006 and lasted 3 weeks. Prosecutors presented a devastating case, walking jurors through each murder chronologically, showing how Scott had selected vulnerable victims, manipulated them systematically, and killed them without mercy. The forensic evidence was graphic and horrifying, forcing jurors to confront the reality of Scott's violence. Defense attorneys tried arguing that Scott's confessions had been coerced, that his mental health issues diminished his responsibility, that he deserved leniency for cooperating with body recovery. But their arguments rang hollow against the mountain of evidence and Scott's own recorded words describing his crimes with chilling detachment. The jury saw through every defense tactic, recognizing them as manipulation attempts from a man who'd been manipulating people his entire life. Victim impact statements destroyed any remaining sympathy Scott might have hoped to generate. Jennifer Markham's mother described learning her daughter had been murdered by someone she trusted, buried like trash, left to decompose alone in the wilderness. Casey McLeod's family spoke about the double betrayal, murdered by family, someone who should have protected her. Bill Kimball broke down describing his wife's death and his unwitting role in helping Scott hide her body. Leanne Emery's fiancé talked about losing the woman he'd planned to marry, losing his future, losing his ability to trust anyone ever again. Scott showed no reaction during victim impact statements. He sat motionless at the defense table, his face blank, his body language communicating complete disinterest in the pain he'd caused. That absence of remorse sealed his fate more effectively than any prosecutorial argument could have. The jury deliberated for less than 6 hours before returning guilty verdicts on all charges: 4 counts of first-degree murder, multiple counts of fraud, theft, and abuse of corpse. The conviction phase was unanimous and swift. The sentencing phase took longer as jurors weighed whether Scott Kimball deserved death or life imprisonment without possibility of parole. Colorado's death penalty requirements are strict, demanding extraordinary aggravating factors that outweigh any mitigating circumstances. The prosecution argued that Scott's crimes met every criterion: multiple victims, murders during commission of other felonies, exceptional cruelty, lack of remorse, and high probability of future dangerousness. The defense countered with mental health evaluations suggesting personality disorders that diminish Scott's capacity for empathy, but those arguments backfired by essentially confirming Scott was a remorseless psychopath who would kill again if given opportunity. After 2 days of deliberation during the sentencing phase, the jury returned with their decision: death. Scott Kimball would be executed for his crimes, and in the meantime, he would spend his remaining years in Colorado's Supermax prison, isolated from other inmates, denied the human interaction and manipulation opportunities he craved more than anything. The sentencing hearing was Scott's final opportunity to speak publicly, and true to form, he used it to manipulate. He offered a calculated apology that rang completely hollow, expressing regret for mistakes rather than acknowledging the evil of his actions. He tried to paint himself as someone who'd lost control, who hadn't meant for things to go so far, who deserved understanding rather than condemnation. The judge interrupted his statement to note that Scott had shown more emotion defending himself than he'd shown when confronted with his victim's suffering, and that observation crystallized the truth everyone in the courtroom already knew. Scott Kimball was incapable of genuine remorse. The judge's final statement before imposing sentence was scathing. He described Scott as one of the most dangerous individuals ever to appear in this courtroom, someone whose intelligence and charm made him exponentially more threatening than typical criminals. He noted that Scott had weaponized people's trust and kindness, turning basic human decency into a vulnerability he could exploit. He stated clearly that society had no place for someone like Scott Kimball, that his continued existence posed an unacceptable risk, and that death was the only appropriate punishment. Scott was transferred to Colorado State Penitentiary, the Supermax facility in Fremont County, where the state's most dangerous criminals spend 23 hours daily in solitary confinement. The isolation was psychological torture for someone like Scott, whose identity depended on manipulating and controlling others. With no victims to charm, no marks to con, no one to hurt, Scott finally experienced a fraction of the powerlessness his victims had felt. His appeals process dragged on for years, as death penalty cases always do. Scott's attorneys filed motion after motion arguing procedural errors, ineffective counsel, prosecutorial misconduct, and constitutional violations. Every appeal was denied. Every attempt to overturn his convictions or commute his sentence failed. The evidence was too strong, the case too airtight, the crimes too heinous for any court to find grounds for reversal. The FBI conducted an internal investigation into how Scott Kimball had operated as an informant while simultaneously murdering people. The findings were damning, revealing systemic failures in oversight, vetting, and management of criminal informants. Scott's handler had failed to verify his claims, failed to monitor his activities adequately, and failed to recognize warning signs that should have been obvious. The Bureau implemented new protocols for informant management, but those changes came too late for Jennifer, Casey, Terry, and Leanne. Civil lawsuits followed criminal proceedings. Families of Scott's victims sued the FBI for negligence in supervising their informant, arguing that federal agents had effectively provided Scott with cover to commit murder. The cases were settled out of court for undisclosed amounts, with the government admitting no wrongdoing but acknowledging that improvements in informant oversight were necessary. Scott's case became a teaching example in law enforcement academies nationwide, illustrating how charm and manipulation can blind even trained investigators to danger signs. Criminal psychology courses analyzed his methods, his victim selection, his ability to compartmentalize his identity. He became a case study in psychopathy, narcissism, and the particular danger posed by intelligent serial killers who understand systems well enough to exploit them. In prison, Scott tried maintaining his manipulative behavior with guards and occasional visitors, but Supermax protocols limited his opportunities. He wrote letters to journalists offering exclusive interviews, trying to control his narrative even from death row. He attempted to find pen pals who might be vulnerable to his charm, hoping to manipulate them into providing support or publicity. Prison officials monitored all his communications carefully, blocking his attempts to victimize anyone else. As of 2025, Scott Kimball remains on Colorado's death row, his execution date repeatedly postponed due to ongoing legal challenges to the state's death penalty protocols. He's now approaching 60 years old, his looks faded, his health declining, his remaining years numbered whether by execution or natural causes. The charming, handsome man who once manipulated everyone around him has become a weathered, aging prisoner whose power has been permanently stripped away. The families of his victims continue struggling with trauma that will never fully heal. They've formed support networks, advocating for better protections for vulnerable people and improved oversight of law enforcement informants. Jennifer's mother became a victims' rights activist. Casey's family established a foundation helping women escape addiction and dangerous situations. Bill Kimball wrote a book about his experience, hoping to warn others about the dangers of misplaced trust. Leanne's fiancé eventually remarried, but admits he still struggles with the trauma of losing her so violently. The 4 women Scott Kimball murdered were not just statistics or case numbers. Jennifer Markham was a mother trying to rebuild her life after addiction, working toward reconciliation with her children. Casey McLeod was an artist who painted beautiful landscapes, who dreamed of opening her own gallery someday. Terry Kimball was a grandmother who'd spent decades teaching elementary school, shaping young lives with patience and kindness. Leon Emery was a medical assistant who'd helped countless patients, who volunteered at animal shelters, who lit up every room she entered with genuine warmth. They all died because they made the mistake of trusting Scott Kimball, a mistake that should never have been fatal. They died because the FBI failed to properly vet and supervise their informant. They died because a serial killer recognized that law enforcement credentials could become the perfect hunting license. They died because sometimes evil doesn't look like evil. Sometimes it looks like a friend offering help, a family member showing concern, a charming man with government backing and a convincing story. Scott Kimball's story forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about how society fails to protect its most vulnerable members. The women he targeted were all struggling in some way with addiction, illness, legal troubles, relationship problems. Their struggles made them perfect victims in Scott's eyes, people who could disappear without triggering immediate full-scale investigations. The system that should have protected them instead dismissed them as unreliable, as likely runaways, as people whose disappearances weren't surprising enough to warrant serious attention. The case also revealed how dangerous it is when law enforcement agencies become too dependent on criminal informants without proper oversight. The FBI's desperation for sources inside criminal networks blinded them to what Scott Kimball actually was. They saw a useful asset and ignored warning signs that should have been unmistakable. They gave a predator freedom, legitimacy, and protective cover, essentially arming him for a killing spree. The psychological impact extends far beyond Scott's immediate victims and their families. Everyone who ever trusted him, who considered him a friend, who believed his lies now questions their own judgment. His ex-wives live with trauma from years of psychological abuse. His children struggle with the knowledge that their father is a serial killer. People who worked with him as an FBI informant wrestle with guilt over not recognizing what he was. The ripple effects of his evil touch hundreds of lives. Scott Kimball's legacy is one of betrayal, violence, and systemic failure. He betrayed every person who trusted him. He destroyed families through violence that served no purpose beyond his own gratification. He exposed catastrophic failures in how law enforcement manages criminal informants. His crimes prompted reforms that should have been implemented long before 4 women had to die. If Colorado eventually executes Scott Kimball, he'll die strapped to a gurney, receiving a peaceful death far more humane than what he gave his victims. Jennifer Markham didn't get a gentle death. she got terror and violence and burial in a shallow grave. Casey McLeod endured days of torture before her murder. Terry Kimball was killed by someone she'd welcomed into her home during her most vulnerable moments. Leanne Emery fought for her life against a man whose rage and rejection she never deserved to face. The question of whether Scott Kimball feels any genuine remorse remains unanswered and probably unanswerable. Psychopaths like him often lack the neurological capacity for true empathy or guilt. He might feel regret about being caught, about facing punishment, about losing his freedom and power. But remorse for the suffering he caused? Understanding of the magnitude of his evil? Those require emotional capabilities Scott Kimball has never possessed and will never develop. His story serves as a chilling reminder that evil often wears a charming mask. The most dangerous predators don't announce themselves with obvious warning signs. They smile, they help, they seem trustworthy. They integrate themselves into communities, families, and institutions. And by the time their masks slip, their victims are already trapped with no escape route visible. Scott Kimball fooled his family. He fooled his friends. He fooled law enforcement. He fooled the FBI. He fooled everyone except his victims, who in their final terrified moments finally saw the truth behind his facade. That truth was monstrous. A human being so completely devoid of empathy that he could torture and kill while feeling nothing except satisfaction at his own cleverness. The wolf wore FBI clothing. The predator carried credentials. The serial killer operated with government approval. And 4 women died because nobody stopped him soon enough. Nobody saw through his lies quickly enough. Nobody protected the vulnerable people he targeted with calculated precision. Scott Kimball sits in his cell today, alive while his victims remain dead. Their graves marked with headstones that represent futures stolen, dreams destroyed, lives ended by a man who viewed them as nothing more than objects to be used and discarded. Justice was served through his conviction and death sentence, but justice cannot resurrect the dead, cannot undo the trauma, cannot give families back what was taken from them. The hollow victory of his imprisonment offers cold comfort to those who loved Jennifer, Casey, Terry, and Leanne. They got answers about what happened, but those answers came with nightmares that will haunt them forever. They got to see Scott convicted, but that conviction cannot erase the horror of how their loved ones died. They know he'll eventually die in prison, but his death won't bring back the women he murdered. This is the story of Scott Kimball, FBI informant, serial killer, and proof that sometimes the greatest monsters are the ones we trust most. His crimes revealed systemic failures, shattered lives, and demonstrated that evil can hide in plain sight, wearing a badge and a smile while planning murder with cold, calculated precision. For families will never be whole again. For women will never grow old. For graves mark the price of misplaced trust and failed oversight. And somewhere in a Colorado prison cell, a serial killer who believed himself untouchable finally learned that even the smartest predators eventually face justice. Scott Kimball's story ends in isolation and powerlessness. A fitting conclusion for a man who stole power from everyone around him through manipulation, violence, and murder. The wolf in FBI clothing has been caged, but the damage he caused will echo through generations of traumatized families who learned too late that trust can be fatal when placed in the wrong hands. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2, The Hollywood Ripper, Michael Gargiulo. He watched them sleep before he killed them, and Hollywood's most charming neighbor was its deadliest predator. For 15 years, a killer moved like smoke through the streets of Los Angeles, slipping through unlocked windows and cracked patio doors while his victims dreamed. He didn't hunt strangers in dark alleys. He hunted the girl next door, the woman at the bar, the friend of a friend. Michael Gargiulo was the man who helped you move furniture, who smiled at you in the parking lot, who lived 3 doors down and seemed so normal. But normal was his camouflage. Trust was his weapon. And by the time his victims realized the friendly neighbor was standing over their bed with a knife, it was already too late. This is the story of the boy next door killer, the monster who proved that the most dangerous predator isn't the one lurking in shadows. It's the one standing in your doorway, asking if you need help carrying in the groceries. Michael Thomas Gargiulo was born in Illinois in 1976, raised in the Chicago suburb of Glenview, where tree-lined streets and manicured lawns painted the portrait of American safety. He was handsome in that accessible way, strong jawline, easy smile, the kind of face that belonged on a college campus or in a furniture store commercial. People trusted him instantly. That was his gift, or perhaps his curse, depending on which side of the knife you stood on. By his late teens, Gargiulo had developed a peculiar hobby. He watched women. Not in the obvious predatory manner that might raise alarms. No, his surveillance was methodical, patient, woven into the fabric of everyday life. He'd strike up conversations at gas stations, memorize work schedules, learn which windows stayed open at night. He collected information the way other young men collected baseball cards, storing away details about routines, vulnerabilities, solitary moments. And in August 1993, when 18-year-old Tricia Picaccio returned to her Glenview home after a night out with friends, Michael Gargiulo was waiting. Tricia was everything that suburban Chicago promised its children. Bright, ambitious, freshly graduated from high school and preparing for college. She'd spent the evening celebrating with friends before returning home around midnight. Her parents were asleep upstairs, her father a well-respected attorney, her mother a devoted parent. The Picaccio house sat comfortable and secure in their quiet neighborhood, the kind of place where doors often stayed unlocked because nothing bad ever happened here. But something bad was happening. As Tricia fumbled with her keys at the back door, a figure emerged from the darkness of the yard. The attack was savage, frenzied, personal. Gargiulo stabbed her repeatedly. The medical examiner would later count 12 stab wounds, but in the chaos and rage of those moments, it might as well have been 100. The knife punctured her lungs, shredded her chest, carved through the meat of her back as she tried to crawl away. She fought. God, how she fought. Her screams pierced the August night, shattering the silence of sleeping homes, and her father burst from the house to find his daughter bleeding out on their back porch. Tricia Picaccio died there, in her father's arms, her blood pooling on the concrete where she'd taken her first steps as a child. She was 18 years old. She'd never make it to college, never fall in love, never become the woman she was supposed to be. And Michael Gargiulo, the friendly young man from the neighborhood who'd known the Picaccio family, who'd been to their home, who'd earned their trust, vanished into the night like smoke. The investigation stumbled from the start. Police had no clear suspect, no obvious motive, no murder weapon. Neighbors reported nothing unusual. This wasn't gang violence or a robbery gone wrong. This was personal, intimate, the work of someone who'd wanted Tricia Picaccio specifically. But who and why? The case went cold as autumn leaves fell and winter locked Illinois in ice. The Picaccio family was left with questions that burned like acid, grief that never dulled, and a daughter-shaped hole in their lives that nothing could fill. Michael Gargiulo, meanwhile, went about his life. He graduated high school. He worked odd jobs, construction, air conditioning repair, furniture moving. He was charming, helpful, the guy who'd spot you $20 if you were short at the bar. He dated women, short relationships that ended when they felt something off about him, some instinct they couldn't quite name that told them to run. And in 2000, at age 24, Gargiulo made a decision that would change everything. He moved to Los Angeles, California, the land of reinvention, where a handsome young man with a helpful demeanor and strong work ethic could disappear into the sprawl of humanity, where the past stayed buried in Illinois snow, where millions of people meant millions of opportunities. Gargiulo settled into the Marina del Rey area, a beachside neighborhood where young professionals and aspiring artists mingled in apartment complexes and beach bars. He found work in heating and air conditioning repair, a job that gave him access to homes, to women living alone, to the intimate geography of locked doors and vulnerable windows. He was, by all accounts, the perfect neighbor, always ready to help move a couch, quick with a joke, respectful, courteous, safe. Women felt comfortable around him. They'd accept his offers to check their air conditioning units. They'd let him into their apartments. They'd smile and wave when they saw him in the parking lot. Michael Gargiulo had perfected his camouflage, and Los Angeles had no idea what had just moved into the neighborhood. For a year, Gargiulo worked and watched. He made friends. He dated. He learned the rhythms of his new city, the patterns of the women around him. He was patient, so remarkably patient, because patience meant perfection, and perfection meant not getting caught. But beneath that helpful exterior, behind that trustworthy smile, something ancient and hungry was stirring. The monster that had tasted blood on a Glenview porch was waking up again, and it was starving. By December 2001, Michael Gargiulo had identified his next victim. Her name was Ashley Ellerin, and she was 22 years old, beautiful and vibrant, a fashion student with her whole life stretching out before her like an open road. She lived in the Hollywood Hills in a small, cottage-like home that she shared with a roommate. Ashley was social, trusting, the kind of person who saw the good in everyone. She met Michael Gargiulo through mutual friends, and he quickly positioned himself as someone helpful, reliable. He'd fixed something in her home. He'd been inside. He'd seen the layout, the locks, the vulnerabilities, and he'd decided she would be next. Ashley Ellerin was excited about February 21st, 2001. She had a date that evening with a rising actor named Ashton Kutcher, whom she'd been seeing casually. She spent the day getting ready, making plans, looking forward to the night ahead. She had no idea that Michael Gargiulo was watching, that he'd been watching for weeks, that he'd already picked the lock in his mind 1,000 times, already played out the scenario in his head until it was smooth and perfect. Around 10 p.m., Ashton Kutcher called Ashley to tell her he was running late. She said it was fine, she'd be ready when he arrived. Those were likely the last words she spoke to anyone before Michael Gargiulo entered her home. How he got in remains uncertain. An unlocked window, a door she'd forgotten to secure, or perhaps she'd simply answered when he knocked, trusting the friendly neighbor she'd met through friends. However he gained entry, what happened next was butchery. Gargiulo attacked Ashley with a knife, and the assault was so savage, so prolonged, that it spoke of rage beyond comprehension. He stabbed her 47 times. 47 puncture wounds across her chest, her neck, her back, her stomach. The medical examiner would later testify that several wounds alone would have been fatal, but Gargiulo didn't stop. He kept stabbing, kept cutting, kept destroying until Ashley Ellerin was unrecognizable. Her throat was slashed so deeply she was nearly decapitated. Blood painted the walls, soaked into the carpet, pooled in dark lakes across her floor. When Ashton Kutcher finally arrived around 10:45 p.m., he knocked on Ashley's door. No answer. He peered through the windows and saw what he thought were wine stains on the carpet. Assuming she'd gone out or fallen asleep, he left. He had no idea that Ashley Ellerin was lying dead just feet from where he stood, that the wine stains were her blood, that a killer had just finished his work and slipped back into the Los Angeles night. Ashley's body wasn't discovered until the next day when her roommate returned home. The crime scene was nightmarish, something from a horror film come to life. Police immediately recognized this wasn't a robbery or a random attack. This was personal, sadistic, the work of someone who'd killed before and would almost certainly kill again. But they had no leads, no suspects, no murder weapon. The case joined the thousands of unsolved homicides in Los Angeles, another tragedy in a city that produced them with assembly line efficiency. And Michael Gargiulo, the helpful neighbor, the charming handyman, continued his life as if nothing had happened. He went to work. He helped friends move. He dated women. He smiled, always smiling, because monsters don't look like monsters. They look like the guy next door offering to carry your groceries. They look like Michael Gargiulo. The years following Ashley Ellerin's murder should have been a time of paranoia for Michael Gargiulo. After all, he'd butchered a young woman connected to a celebrity in the Hollywood Hills. Police were investigating. Witnesses were being interviewed. But Gargiulo possessed something that separated him from common criminals. supreme confidence in his own intelligence. He believed he was smarter than everyone else, more careful, more patient. And for years, the evidence seemed to prove him right. While Ashley Elleren's case remained unsolved, Gargiulo continued building his life in Los Angeles. He moved through different neighborhoods, different jobs, different social circles. He was a chameleon, adapting to whatever environment he inhabited, always watching, always calculating. He dated frequently, relationships that would last weeks or months before the women would feel that indefinable wrongness, that instinctive alarm bell that evolution had installed in human consciousness for exactly this purpose. Some would later describe him as intense, possessive. Others said he gave them nightmares, though they couldn't explain why. Their subconscious minds recognized the predator even when their conscious thoughts dismissed the concern. By 2005, Gargiulo had moved to the area of El Monte, a working-class city east of Los Angeles. He lived in an apartment complex where young families and single professionals mixed, where people knew their neighbors just enough to wave hello but not enough to notice anything unusual. It was perfect hunting ground. Among his neighbors was a young woman named Maria Bruno, 32 years old, who worked as a makeup artist and lived alone in a ground-floor apartment. Maria was cautious by nature. Her apartment had bars on the windows, multiple locks on the door. She'd grown up in Los Angeles and understood that safety required vigilance. But vigilance couldn't stop Michael Gargiulo, because he'd been watching Maria for months. He'd learned her schedule, knew when she came home from work, knew which nights she was alone. He'd watched her check her locks, seen her security measures, and he'd planned accordingly. On December 1st, 2005, sometime after 4:00 a.m., Michael Gargiulo entered Maria Bruno's apartment. How exactly he bypassed her security remains unclear. Perhaps he'd stolen a key. Perhaps he'd found a vulnerability in her defenses that even she didn't know existed. What is certain is that Maria woke to find a man in her bedroom, knife in hand, death in his eyes. The attack was immediate and vicious. Gargiulo stabbed Maria repeatedly, targeting her chest and torso with practiced efficiency. But Maria Bruno was a fighter. Despite her wounds, despite the blood and pain and terror, she fought back with everything she had. She screamed. She struggled. She refused to die quietly. Her resistance may have saved her life. Neighbors heard the commotion and called police, and the approaching sirens drove Gargiulo from the apartment before he could finish his work. Maria Bruno survived. Barely. She'd been stabbed multiple times, suffered severe wounds to her chest and arms, lost catastrophic amounts of blood. Paramedics rushed her to the hospital where surgeons worked frantically to save her life. She lived, but the attack left scars far deeper than the physical wounds. She couldn't identify her attacker. The assault had happened too quickly, in darkness, in chaos. But she was alive, and her survival meant something crucial. Michael Gargiulo had made his first mistake. He'd left a living witness. Not that it mattered immediately. Police investigated but found no clear suspect. The attack joined the thousands of violent crimes that plagued Los Angeles annually. Maria Bruno recovered physically, though psychologically she would never fully escape that night. She moved away, tried to rebuild her life, carried the weight of knowing her attacker was still out there, walking free, perhaps hunting someone else. And she was right to worry because Michael Gargiulo wasn't done. Not even close. The assault on Maria Bruno should have been a wake-up call. A moment when Gargiulo realized he was losing control, making mistakes. A smarter predator would have gone dormant, moved to another city, changed his pattern. But Gargiulo's confidence had curdled into arrogance. He believed he was untouchable. He believed he could continue indefinitely. And most dangerously, the violence was escalating. The intervals between attacks were shortening. The monster was hungry, and it was getting harder to feed it without being seen. In 2008, 3 years after the attack on Maria Bruno, Michael Gargiulo had moved again, this time to Monterey Park, another Los Angeles suburb. He lived in an apartment building on Menlo Avenue, working various odd jobs, maintaining his facade of normalcy. Among his neighbors in the building was a 17-year-old named Michelle Murphy, who lived with her father in a nearby unit. Michelle was young, vulnerable, and unlucky enough to live close to a serial killer. She caught Gargiulo's attention, that predatory focus that had preceded every attack, that careful observation and planning. Then there was Tricia Picaccio's case, still unsolved back in Illinois. Glenview police had never stopped investigating, had never given up on finding Tricia's killer. They'd preserved evidence, maintained the case file, waited for forensic science to advance. By the mid-2000s, DNA technology had progressed dramatically, and investigators decided to re-examine evidence from the 1993 crime scene. They found DNA on Tricia's body, genetic material left behind by her killer in the chaos of the attack. The DNA didn't match anyone in the system, but it was there, waiting. All they needed was a suspect. Back in Los Angeles, Gargiulo was circling his next victim. Her name was Ashley Murphy, no relation to Michelle, and she lived in the same apartment complex on Menlo Avenue. Actually, she lived directly across the hallway from Michael Gargiulo, so close that their doors faced each other, separated by perhaps 12 feet of shared space. Ashley was 22 years old, working as a waitress while pursuing her dreams of becoming an actress. She was beautiful, friendly, trusting, and she'd met her neighbor Michael several times, found him helpful and kind, never suspecting that the man who smiled at her in the hallway was the same man who'd butchered 2 women and tried to murder a third. Gargiulo's obsession with Ashley grew over weeks and months. He'd listen for her comings and goings, memorize her schedule, know when she was home alone. He likely fantasized about the attack, refined his approach, selected the night. And on February 21, 2008, exactly 7 years to the day after he'd murdered Ashley Ellerin, Michael Gargiulo decided to kill again. The date was no coincidence. Serial killers often mark anniversaries, creating ritualistic elements that satisfy their psychological needs. For Gargiulo, February 21st had become his killing day, a dark celebration of murder. Around 11 p.m., Ashley Murphy was in her apartment, getting ready for bed, perhaps watching television or scrolling through her phone. She had no reason to be afraid. She was home, safe behind a locked door. But locks meant nothing to Michael Gargiulo. He'd studied her door, knew its weaknesses, had perhaps even tested it while she was away. And that night, he entered her apartment. Whether he picked the lock or used some other method, Gargiulo was inside within moments, moving through Ashley's home with the confidence of someone who'd done this before. He brought a knife, always a knife, that intimate weapon that required closeness, that made the kill personal. He found Ashley in her bedroom, and the attack was immediate and brutal. He stabbed her over and over, wounds that punctured her lungs and heart, that guaranteed death. Ashley Murphy fought. Her hands bore defensive wounds, evidence that she tried to stop the blade, tried to survive. But she was alone, and her attacker was experienced in murder, and within minutes she was dying on her bedroom floor. But this time, something was different. Ashley Murphy had a roommate, a young woman named Michelle Murphy. Yes, the 17-year-old from the building. They'd become friends and roommates. Michelle wasn't home during the initial attack, but she arrived at the apartment shortly after Gargiulo had begun his assault. She opened the door to a nightmare. Blood trails, signs of struggle, and somewhere in the apartment, the sounds of violence. Michelle screamed. The sound pierced through the building, echoing in the hallways, alerting neighbors. And Michael Gargiulo, who'd always controlled his crime scenes, who'd always had time to complete his work, suddenly found himself interrupted. He fled from Ashley's apartment, covered in blood, and ran directly across the hallway to his own unit. Michelle called 911, hysterical, trying to explain the horror she'd walked into. Police and paramedics arrived within minutes, but it was too late for Ashley Murphy. She'd bled out in her bedroom, another young woman with dreams and potential reduced to a body on the floor, another victim of the boy next door killer. But this time, Gargiulo had made fatal mistakes. He'd killed someone in his own building, across the hall from his own apartment. He'd been interrupted, forced to flee rather than stage the scene. And Michelle Murphy had seen someone running from the apartment. A man, tall, covered in blood. The dragnet was closing, even if Gargiulo didn't realize it yet. Police canvassed the building, interviewed every resident, collected evidence. And when they knocked on Michael Gargiulo's door to ask routine questions, they found a man who seemed nervous, whose apartment smelled of bleach and cleaning products, who had fresh cuts on his hands and arms that he claimed came from work accidents. Detectives weren't buying it. They'd been investigating violent crimes long enough to know what guilt looked like, and Michael Gargiulo reeked of it. But suspicion isn't evidence. They needed something concrete, so they watched him, followed him, waited for him to make another mistake. And they started connecting dots, pulling cold case files, looking for similar murders. When they found Ashley Ellerin's case from 2001, same victim type, same brutality, same knife work, alarm bells started ringing. Could the same killer be responsible for both murders? The investigation intensified. Detectives discovered that Gargiulo had known Ashley Ellerin, had been in her home, had access to her. They found witnesses who remembered seeing him around her neighborhood in the days before her death. The circumstantial evidence was building, creating a web that was slowly trapping the boy next door killer. But they still needed something definitive, something that would convince a jury beyond reasonable doubt. Then they remembered Maria Bruno, the woman who'd survived, the woman who'd fought off her attacker in 2005. They showed her photos, asked if she could identify anyone. And when Maria Bruno saw Michael Gargiulo's picture, something clicked. She couldn't be certain. The attack had happened in darkness and chaos, but there was something about his face, his build, his features that triggered buried memories. Police obtained a search warrant for Gargiulo's apartment, and what they found confirmed their worst suspicions. Despite his cleaning efforts, Luminol revealed blood evidence throughout his unit. They found knives. They found photos of women, surveillance-style pictures that suggested stalking behavior. And they found his DNA. That microscopic evidence, that genetic fingerprint that can't be scrubbed away with bleach, that persists despite a killer's best efforts. Police submitted Gargiulo's DNA to forensic laboratories and waited. And when the results came back, they provided the final nail in the coffin. Michael Gargiulo's DNA matched the DNA found on Tricia Picacho's body in Glenview, Illinois, in 1993. After 15 years, after 3 dead women and 1 lucky survivor, after thousands of hours of investigation across multiple jurisdictions, police finally had their killer. On June 6, 2008, Michael Gargiulo was arrested and charged with 2 counts of murder in California and 1 count of murder in Illinois, plus attempted murder for the attack on Maria Bruno. The boy next door killer's hunting days were over. The arrest of Michael Gargiulo sent shockwaves through the communities he'd terrorized. Neighbors who'd lived near him, who'd exchanged pleasantries and accepted his help moving furniture or fixing air conditioners, suddenly realized they'd been living next to a serial killer. Women he dated came forward with stories of his increasingly possessive behavior, his rage when they tried to end relationships, his obsession with knowing where they were at all times. The helpful neighbor had been a wolf in sheep's clothing, and everyone had been fooled. But arresting Gargiulo was only the first step. Prosecuting him, proving his guilt beyond reasonable doubt to a jury, convicting him of multiple murders across multiple jurisdictions spanning 15 years, that would be the real challenge. The case was assigned to Los Angeles Deputy District Attorney Dan Ackerman, a veteran prosecutor known for his meticulous preparation and aggressive courtroom style. Ackerman understood he was dealing with a defendant who'd evaded justice for over a decade, who'd killed at least 3 women and likely would have continued if he hadn't been stopped. Building an airtight case became Ackerman's obsession. The evidence was substantial but complex. DNA linked Gargiulo to Tricia Picacho's murder in Illinois. Circumstantial evidence and witness testimony connected him to Ashley Ellerin's murder in Hollywood Hills. Physical evidence and victim testimony tied him to the attempted murder of Maria Bruno. And the murder of Ashley Murphy had occurred directly across the hall from his own apartment, with witnesses and forensic evidence placing him at the scene. Each case was strong individually, but together they painted a portrait of a serial killer who'd been active for 15 years. As prosecutors built their case, details about Gargiulo's life began emerging that revealed a pattern of violence and obsession stretching back to his teenage years. High school acquaintances remembered his fixation on certain girls, how he'd watch them obsessively, how he'd become enraged if they dated other boys. Ex-girlfriends described relationships where Gargiulo's initial charm curdled into controlling behavior. He'd demand to know where they were at all times, would become jealous and accusatory, would fly into rages over imagined slights. Several women reported that they'd broken up with Gargiulo specifically because he frightened them, though at the time they couldn't articulate exactly why. One particularly chilling detail emerged during the investigation. Gargiulo had kept trophies from his victims. Police found photographs in his apartment, surveillance-style images of women who had no idea they were being watched. Some of these women were still alive. Gargiulo had been stalking them, perhaps selecting his next victims. Others were dead, their photos serving as souvenirs of successful hunts. The photographs revealed the scope of Gargiulo's predatory behavior. He wasn't an impulsive killer who murdered in moments of rage. He was a meticulous stalker who selected victims carefully, watched them for weeks or months, learned their routines and vulnerabilities, then struck when the opportunity was perfect. The legal process moved slowly, as complex criminal cases always do. Gargiulo sat in jail while prosecutors gathered evidence, interviewed witnesses, prepared their case. He maintained his innocence, claimed he was being railroaded, insisted the DNA evidence was contaminated or planted. His defense attorneys argued that while the circumstantial evidence might seem damning, it didn't prove guilt beyond reasonable doubt. They attacked the DNA evidence, questioned the reliability of witnesses, suggested alternative suspects. It was their job to defend their client, no matter how guilty he appeared. But behind the scenes, investigators continued finding connections between Gargiulo and his victims. They discovered he'd known all three murdered women personally. He'd been to Ashley Ellerin's home before her death, ostensibly to fix something. He'd lived near Maria Bruno and had likely had access to her apartment building. Ashley Murphy lived directly across from him. And Tricia Picacho had known Gargiulo from the neighborhood in Glenview. He'd been to her home, met her family, gained their trust. This wasn't random violence. Gargiulo specifically targeted women he knew, women who trusted him, women who would open their doors when he knocked. The psychological profile that emerged was classic serial killer. Gargiulo was a sexual sadist who derived pleasure from control and domination. The knife was his weapon of choice because it required physical closeness, allowed him to feel the victim's life draining away. The multiple stab wounds weren't just about killing, they were about assertion of total power, about reducing another human being to meat and blood. The attacks were extremely personal and sustained, suggesting deep psychological pathology. Forensic psychologists who evaluated Gargiulo described him as a narcissistic psychopath who viewed other people as objects to be used and discarded. Years passed as the case wound through the legal system. Tricia Picacho's family waited for justice, as did the families of Ashley Ellerin and Ashley Murphy. Maria Bruno, the survivor, lived with the knowledge that she'd have to eventually testify, to relive that horrific night in front of a courtroom full of strangers, to face the man who tried to murder her. The weight of that approaching testimony was crushing, but she was determined to see justice done, to speak for the women who couldn't speak for themselves. Finally, in May 2019, 11 years after his arrest, Michael Gargiulo's trial began in Los Angeles Superior Court. The prosecution had decided to try him first for the California murders and attempted murder, saving the Illinois case for later. The trial immediately garnered media attention, not just because of the horrific nature of the crimes, but because one of the victims, Ashley Ellerin, had been killed on the night she was supposed to go on a date with Ashton Kutcher, now a major Hollywood star. Kutcher was called as a witness, his testimony providing the timeline of that night and describing finding what he thought were wine stains at Ashley's home. Stains that were actually her blood. The prosecution's case was methodical and overwhelming. They presented DNA evidence linking Gargiulo to Tricia Picacho's murder. They brought Maria Bruno to the stand, where she described in excruciating detail the night she woke to find a man stabbing her repeatedly, how she fought for her life, how she barely survived. Her testimony was devastating. Jurors wept openly as she recounted the attack. Prosecutors showed crime scene photos from all three murders, images so brutal that several jurors appeared physically ill. The photos revealed the savagery of Gargiulo's attacks, the excessive violence that characterized his kills. Forensic experts testified about the physical evidence, blood spatter patterns, DNA findings, the specific type of knife wounds found on all victims. A pattern emerged. Gargiulo targeted women who lived alone, women he knew personally, women who trusted him enough to open their doors. He attacked at night, using a knife, inflicting multiple wounds concentrated on the chest and torso. The attacks were sustained and personal, lasting several minutes. This was signature behavior, a killer's unique modus operandi that connected all the crimes. The defense struggled to counter the prosecution's case. They suggested alternative suspects, argued that DNA evidence wasn't foolproof, claimed that Gargiulo was simply an unlucky man who happened to know several murder victims. They portrayed him as a helpful neighbor whose kindness had been twisted into suspicion. But their arguments rang hollow against the mountain of evidence. How do you explain away DNA found on a murder victim? How do you dismiss survivor testimony? How do you justify the photographs of women Gargiulo had been stalking? Michael Gargiulo himself chose not to testify, exercising his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. It was a strategic decision. Putting him on the stand would have allowed prosecutors to cross-examine him, to expose his lies, to reveal the monster beneath the mask. Better to stay silent and hope the defense could create reasonable doubt. But as the trial progressed, it became clear that reasonable doubt was becoming increasingly unreasonable. One of the most powerful moments in the trial came when prosecutors presented evidence of Gargiulo's stalking behavior. They showed surveillance footage from various locations where Gargiulo had followed women, watching them, learning their patterns. They presented testimony from women who dated Gargiulo and described his increasingly possessive and frightening behavior. A picture emerged of a man who viewed women as prey, who derived satisfaction from control and domination, who saw himself as superior to everyone around him. The defense's closing argument was a last-ditch effort to save their client. They argued that the prosecution's case relied too heavily on circumstantial evidence, that coincidences do happen, that being in the wrong place at the wrong time doesn't make someone a murderer. But the prosecution's closing was devastating. Deputy DA Dan Akeman walked the jury through 15 years of violence, connecting the dots between Tricia Picacho's murder in Illinois and Ashley Murphy's murder across the hall from Gargiulo's apartment. He reminded jurors of Maria Bruno's survival, how she'd fought off her attacker and lived to testify. He showed them again the crime scene photos, forcing them to confront the reality of Gargiulo's savagery. This man, Akeman said, pointing at Gargiulo, is a serial killer. He's killed at least 3 women that we know of. He tried to kill a 4th. He would have continued killing if we hadn't stopped him. The evidence is overwhelming. The DNA doesn't lie. The survivors don't lie. The crime scenes don't lie. Michael Gargiulo is guilty of murder, and it's time to hold him accountable. The jury deliberated for several days, carefully reviewing the evidence, discussing the testimony, weighing the prosecution's case against the defense's arguments. On August 15, 2019, they returned with their verdict. The courtroom was packed. Victims' families, media, curious onlookers, all waiting to hear whether justice would finally be served. The jury foreman stood and read the verdicts. Guilty of first-degree murder in the death of Ashley Ellerin. Guilty of first-degree murder in the death of Ashley Murphy. Guilty of attempted murder of Maria Bruno. On all counts, on all charges, Michael Gargiulo was found guilty. Victims' families wept. Maria Bruno collapsed in relief. Prosecutors allowed themselves brief smiles of satisfaction. And Michael Gargiulo, the boy next-door killer, the monster who'd hidden behind a helpful smile for over 15 years, sat expressionless, his mask finally and irrevocably torn away. But the trial wasn't over. California is a death penalty state, and prosecutors were seeking the ultimate punishment. The penalty phase of the trial would determine whether Michael Gargiulo would spend the rest of his life in prison or be sentenced to death. And the families of his victims had something to say about that. The penalty phase of a death penalty trial is unlike anything else in the American legal system. The jury has already determined guilt. That question is settled. Now they must decide something far more profound: whether the defendant deserves to live or die. It's a weight that crushes jurors, forcing them to become arbiters of life and death, to make a moral decision that will haunt them for the rest of their lives. But for the families of Michael Gargiulo's victims, the penalty phase represented their only chance to look their loved one's killer in the eye and make him understand, however briefly, the devastation he'd caused. The prosecution's strategy in the penalty phase was to humanize the victims, to transform them from crime scene photographs and medical examiner reports back into living, breathing human beings with dreams and futures that Michael Gargiulo had stolen. They brought family members to the stand, parents and siblings and friends who described the women Gargiulo had murdered. Tricia Picacho had been an honor student, accepted to Purdue University, planning to study communications. She'd wanted to be a journalist, to tell important stories, to make a difference. Instead, she'd been stabbed to death on her back porch at 18 years old. Tricia's father, Doug Picacho, testified about the 26 years he'd waited for justice, how his daughter's murder had destroyed his family, how he'd watched his wife suffer from the loss, how holidays and birthdays became exercises in grief rather than celebration. His testimony was measured but devastating. A father's love turned to a father's anguish, a grief that had calcified over decades into something hard and permanent. He looked directly at Michael Gargiulo as he spoke, forcing the killer to confront the human cost of his actions. Gargiulo stared back, blank-faced, offering nothing. Ashley Ellerin's mother took the stand next, describing her daughter's passion for fashion, her bright personality, her kindness toward everyone she met. Ashley had been 22 years old, her whole life ahead of her, when Michael Gargiulo had turned her home into a slaughterhouse. Her mother's voice broke as she described identifying her daughter's body, seeing what the killer had done to her child, living with the knowledge that Ashley had died in terror and agony. "He didn't just kill my daughter," she said, tears streaming down her face. "He butchered her, he destroyed her, and he destroyed our family along with her." Ashley Murphy's family painted a picture of a young woman chasing her dreams in Los Angeles, working as a waitress while auditioning for acting roles, kind and trusting to a fault. She'd befriended the man across the hall, never imagining that her neighbor was a serial killer, that his friendly demeanor masked homicidal intent. Her father described the phone call that shattered his world, police telling him his daughter had been murdered, that he needed to come to Los Angeles. He described the brutal task of going through her apartment, packing up her belongings, saying goodbye to the life she'd been building. "My daughter was 22 years old," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "She should have had 60 more years. 60 years of memories and experiences and joy." Michael Gargiulo stole all of that. He stole her future, and he stole ours. Then came Maria Bruno, the woman who survived. Her testimony during the guilt phase had been devastating, but seeing her again during the penalty phase, alive, breathing, a living testament to both Gargiulo's savagery and his failure, carried a different kind of power. She described the aftermath of her attack, the surgeries and physical therapy, the nightmares that still plagued her 15 years later. She talked about the hypervigilance that colored every moment of her life, how she checked locks obsessively, how she couldn't sleep without medication, how she'd moved multiple times trying to feel safe again. "He didn't kill me," Maria said, looking directly at Gargiulo, "but he killed the person I was before that night. I've spent 15 years learning to live with what he did to me, and I'll spend the rest of my life dealing with it. But at least I have a life. Tricia, Ashley, and Ashley don't. They deserved to live. They deserved futures. And he took that from them." The prosecution also presented evidence of aggravating factors, legal criteria that justify a death sentence. They showed that Gargiulo had committed multiple murders, that the murders were especially heinous and cruel, that he'd shown no remorse, that he represented a continuing danger to society. They argued that life in prison wasn't sufficient punishment for someone who'd spent 15 years hunting and murdering women, who'd turned trust into a weapon, who'd hidden behind normalcy while committing unspeakable acts. The defense's counterargument in the penalty phase was that death was never justified, that life without parole was sufficient punishment, that execution made the state no better than the killer. They presented mitigation evidence, factors that might explain, though not excuse, Gargiulo's behavior. They brought psychologists who testified about his troubled childhood, though details were vague and unconvincing. They argued that he could still contribute to society from prison, though what exactly a serial killer might contribute remained unclear. They painted execution as cruel and unusual punishment, a violation of human dignity. But the defense faced an insurmountable problem: Michael Gargiulo himself. Throughout the trial, he'd shown no remorse, no emotion, no recognition of the pain he'd caused. He sat stone-faced as victims' families wept, as crime scene photos were displayed, as the full scope of his depravity was laid bare. He'd killed at least 3 women and tried to kill a 4th. He'd stalked dozens more. He'd terrorized multiple communities over 15 years. And given the opportunity, every indication suggested he'd kill again. The defense could argue philosophy and morality, but they couldn't change the fundamental nature of their client. The prosecution's closing argument in the penalty phase was brief but powerful. Deputy Dan Akerman stood before the jury and spoke plainly. Michael Gargiulo is a predator. He's killed 3 innocent women in brutal, savage attacks. He's tried to kill a 4th. He's shown no remorse, no empathy, no humanity. He's proven that he will kill whenever the opportunity presents itself. The law allows for the death penalty in exactly these circumstances: when a defendant has committed multiple murders, when those murders are especially cruel, when the defendant represents a continuing danger. This is that case. This is that defendant. Justice demands that Michael Gargiulo pay the ultimate price for his crimes. The jury deliberated on the penalty for several days, longer than they'd taken to reach the guilty verdicts. The decision weighed heavily on them. Sentencing someone to death isn't something any reasonable person takes lightly, regardless of the crimes committed. But on October 7, 2019, they returned with their decision. The courtroom fell silent as the jury foreman stood to announce the verdict: death. The jury sentenced Michael Gargiulo to death for the murders of Ashley Ellerin and Ashley Murphy. For the attempted murder of Maria Bruno, they recommended life in prison. California's death penalty meant Gargiulo would be transferred to San Quentin State Prison to await execution, though the state's moratorium on executions meant he'd likely spend decades on death row before any sentence was carried out, if ever. Victims' families reacted with a mixture of relief and grief. Justice had been served, but it couldn't bring back their loved ones. Doug Picacho, who'd waited 26 years for this moment, spoke to reporters outside the courthouse. Nothing can bring Trisha back, but knowing that her killer will never hurt anyone else, that he'll spend the rest of his life in a cell, that brings some measure of peace. My daughter can rest now. We can finally begin to heal. But the legal saga wasn't quite finished. Michael Gargiulo still faced charges in Illinois for the murder of Trisha Picacho. Cook County prosecutors wanted their own day in court, wanted to hold him accountable in the state where his killing had begun. In April 2021, Gargiulo was transported to Illinois to stand trial for Trisha's murder. The trial was shorter than the California proceedings. Much of the evidence had already been presented in Los Angeles, and the DNA evidence linking Gargiulo to Trisha's murder was irrefutable. On July 15, 2021, an Illinois jury found Michael Gargiulo guilty of first-degree murder in the death of Trisha Picacho. The verdict brought closure to the case that had launched Gargiulo's killing spree, the murder that had started it all. In August 2021, Gargiulo was sentenced to an additional life term for Trisha's murder. He would serve his Illinois sentence after any California sentence was completed, a legal technicality since he was already sentenced to death in California. Throughout the Illinois trial, Gargiulo maintained the same blank demeanor he'd shown in California. No remorse, no emotion, no acknowledgement of guilt. Even when confronted with overwhelming evidence, even when faced with the families of his victims, he remained a cipher. A monster in human form who'd learned to mimic normalcy but couldn't quite understand why anyone would care about the lives he'd destroyed. The psychological profile of Michael Gargiulo that emerged from both trials painted a disturbing portrait. He was a sexual sadist who derived pleasure from control and domination, a narcissistic psychopath incapable of empathy or genuine human connection. He viewed women as objects, things to be possessed, controlled, and ultimately destroyed when they ceased to serve his purposes. The knife was his chosen weapon because it allowed intimacy in the kill, because he could watch his victims die, because it gave him total power in those final moments. But perhaps most chilling was Gargiulo's ability to blend into normal society. He wasn't a reclusive loner living in isolation. He had friends, relationships, jobs. He helped people move furniture. He fixed air conditioners. He smiled and joked and seemed perfectly ordinary. That camouflage allowed him to hunt undetected for 15 years, to rack up at least 3 murders and 1 attempted murder before being caught. How many women did he stalk who never knew they were being watched? How many potential victims escaped simply because circumstances didn't align? The questions haunted investigators. The case also highlighted failures in the criminal justice system. Gargiulo had murdered Tricia Picacho in 1993, and investigators had DNA evidence from the scene. But the DNA sat in evidence storage for years because Gargiulo had never been arrested for anything that would require his DNA to be entered into the system. If he'd been caught earlier, if his DNA had been collected for some minor offense, Ashley Ellerin and Ashley Murphy might still be alive. The case became a cautionary tale about the importance of DNA databases and the need for jurisdictions to share information about violent crimes. For the women who dated Gargiulo and escaped, the revelation of his true nature brought a mixture of relief and horror. They'd sensed something wrong, that indefinable creepiness that had made them end relationships, and they'd been right. Their instincts had saved their lives. But the knowledge that they'd been intimate with a serial killer, that they'd let him into their homes and beds, haunted them. Some of these women testified during the trial about Gargiulo's possessive behavior, his rage at rejection, his obsession with control. Their testimony helped establish his pattern of behavior toward women, the escalation that eventually led to murder. Maria Bruno, the survivor, became an advocate for victims of violent crime. She spoke publicly about her experience, used her story to encourage other survivors to come forward, to not let fear silence them. Her survival and subsequent testimony had been crucial in convicting Gargiulo. She was living proof of his violent nature, a witness who could describe his method of attack. Her courage in facing her attacker in court, in reliving that horrific night for the jury, demonstrated a strength that Gargiulo had tried to destroy but ultimately couldn't break. The families of the victims also found ways to honor their lost loved ones. The Picacho family established a scholarship in Tricia's name at her high school, helping young women pursue education the way Tricia had intended to. Ashley Ellerin's family worked with organizations supporting young artists and fashion students, keeping alive the dreams she'd been pursuing. Ashley Murphy's family became advocates for apartment safety, pushing for better security measures in multifamily housing, trying to prevent other young women from falling victim to predators who lived among them. As for Michael Gargiulo, he was transferred to San Quentin State Prison's death row, where he joined over 700 other condemned inmates awaiting execution. California's death penalty has been in a state of limbo for years. The state hasn't executed anyone since 2006, and a gubernatorial moratorium means no executions will occur for the foreseeable future. Gargiulo will likely spend the rest of his life in a small cell, locked down 23 hours a day, his hunting days permanently over. It's a kind of living death, consciousness trapped in a cage, the predator finally and irrevocably caged. But the scars remain. Families destroyed, lives stolen, communities traumatized by the realization that evil doesn't announce itself with obvious signs. It smiles. It offers to help carry your groceries. It lives across the hall and seems so normal, so helpful, so trustworthy. Michael Gargiulo proved that the most dangerous monsters are the ones who look exactly like everyone else, who've learned to wear humanity like a mask while something ancient and hungry prowls beneath. The case of the Hollywood Ripper stands as a testament to both the darkest capabilities of human nature and the resilience of those who survive and seek justice. Tricia Picacho, Ashley Ellerin, and Ashley Murphy deserved long, full lives. They deserved to chase their dreams, fall in love, grow old, experience all the joy and sorrow and wonder that makes life worth living. Michael Gargiulo stole that from them. He reduced 3 vibrant human beings to crime scene photographs and evidence tags. But their memories endure. Their families ensure that they're remembered not as victims but as the complete human beings they were: daughters, friends, dreamers. And Maria Bruno's survival ensures that Gargiulo's story ends not with his triumph but with his defeat, his capture, his conviction. The monster was unmasked. The predator was caged. And while justice can never truly heal the wounds he inflicted, it can at least ensure he'll never hurt anyone again. The Boy Next Door killer's reign of terror lasted 15 years, spanning 2 states, destroying multiple families, terrorizing entire communities. But it's over now. Michael Gargiulo will die in prison, alone and forgotten, while the women he murdered are remembered, celebrated, mourned. In the end, that's perhaps the only justice possible. The killer erased, the victims honored, their stolen futures acknowledged even if they can never be restored. Some nights, in the silence of his cell, does Michael Gargiulo think about what he did? Does he remember Trisha Picaccio bleeding out on her back porch? Or Ashley Ellerin fighting for her life in her Hollywood Hills home? Does he recall the sound of Maria Bruno's screams? Or the moment he realized he'd been caught after killing Ashley Murphy? Probably not. Psychopaths don't experience remorse the way normal humans do. They don't lose sleep over the suffering they've caused. They mourn only for themselves, for their lost freedom, their damaged egos, their thwarted desires. But the rest of us remember. We remember the victims, the survivors, the families left behind to pick up the pieces. We remember that evil is real, that monsters walk among us wearing human faces, that trust can be weaponized by those who understand how to exploit it. The case of Michael Gargiulo isn't just a true crime story. It's a warning, a reminder that safety is never guaranteed, that vigilance matters, that instinct exists for a reason. So we lock our doors at night. We trust our gut when something feels wrong. We look out for each other, especially the vulnerable among us, because predators are real. They're patient. They're calculating. They're waiting for the moment when we let our guard down, when we accept help from the friendly neighbor, when we trust the charming stranger. Michael Gargiulo hunted for 15 years before he was stopped. How many others are out there right now, watching, waiting, learning their victims' routines? How many friendly neighbors are hiding something dark and terrible beneath their helpful smiles? We can't know. We can only stay alert, trust our instincts, and remember that the scariest monsters are the ones who look exactly like everyone else. The Hollywood Ripper's story ends in a prison cell. Justice delayed, but finally delivered. But somewhere out there, another predator is watching. Another monster is learning his victim's schedule. Another friendly neighbor is planning his attack. The cycle continues, as it always has, as it always will. All we can do is remember, stay vigilant, and never forget that evil doesn't announce itself. It knocks on your door with a smile and asks if you need help carrying something inside. And sometimes, when you say yes, you never get the chance to say no again. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. The Man with 50 Affairs. Vincenzo Aiutino. 3 women. 1 predator. 0 remorse. He walked past the police. He slept beside his wife. He murdered again. We hunt monsters who lurk in shadows, but what happens when the monster walks freely among us, wearing the face of an ordinary man? What happens when he stands so close to investigators that they can smell his cigarette breath, answer their questions with steady hands, and return home to kiss his wife goodnight, all while the blood of his victims still stains his construction boots? This is the story of Vincenzo Aiutino, the man they called the Man with 50 Affairs. A killer so cunning, so methodical, that even when police held him in custody, they let him slip through their fingers like smoke. But monsters always make mistakes, and when they do, the reckoning is absolute. Evil isn't born in a single moment. It grows, it ferments, it waits. March 10th, 1970, Switzerland. A child enters the world unwanted, unplanned, and already condemned by circumstance. Vincenzo Aiutino's first breath draws in air thick with rejection. His father, Domenico, a Sicilian mason with calloused hands and a colder heart, never intended to stay. The boy was an accident, a complication in a life already drowning in other commitments, other families, other secrets scattered across borders like breadcrumbs leading nowhere. The early years pass in a blur of relocations and neglect. Belgium becomes the new prison, though the bars are invisible. Domenico moves his fractured family into cramped quarters where poverty seeps through the walls like damp mold, where anger ferments in the silence between father and son. Young Vincenzo learns quickly that love is a currency his family cannot afford. Attention comes only in the form of indifference or violence. Nothing in between. 1975. 5 years old. The age when most children discover wonder in the world. Their first day of school. The thrill of friendship. The safety of bedtime stories. But Vincenzo Aiutino discovers something else entirely. Something that carves a wound so deep into his psyche that it will fester for decades, poisoning everything it touches. He sees his father. He sees his 7-year-old sister. He sees things no child should ever witness. The rape happens in their home, in a space that should represent sanctuary. The screams, whether his sister's or his own silent ones, echo through the chambers of his developing mind, creating neural pathways of trauma that will become superhighways to violence. Experts will later argue whether this single moment created a killer or merely awakened something already lurking within. The answer, perhaps, doesn't matter. What matters is what comes next. The teenage years arrive like a gathering storm. Vincenzo's body develops, hormones surge, but the psychological damage has already set the foundation. At 13, at 14, at 15, his sexual impulses don't develop along normal pathways. They're twisted, corrupted, merged inextricably with aggression and control. He works construction sites alongside his father, the very man whose depravity planted the seed of his own. The irony is suffocating. Father and son, side by side, laying foundations for buildings that will shelter families, all while one of them harbors thoughts of destruction. 1985. The first public manifestation of what's growing inside him. Vincenzo, just 15, exposes himself to a woman at a construction site in Belgium. The incident isn't violent, not yet, but it's a crucial escalation. The psychiatric institution that briefly houses him afterward performs evaluations, writes reports, makes recommendations. But mental health care in mid-1980s Belgium for a troubled teenager from a poor immigrant family is cursory at best. They release him. They always release him. 16. He abandons school. Education held no interest anyway. Words on pages can't compete with the screaming voices in his head, the fantasies that grow darker with each passing month. Freedom from the classroom means more time on construction sites, more time wandering the streets, more time following women from a distance, studying their routines, their vulnerabilities, their blind spots. Teen. The first criminal sexual assault charge. A minor, someone even younger and more vulnerable than himself. The system processes him, judges him, slaps his wrist. 19. Violent theft. He's learning that taking what he wants by force is possible. The consequences are minimal. Prison time is measured in months, not years. Each brush with law enforcement teaches him not to stop, but to refine his methods. July 1990. A bizarre twist in the narrative that defies comprehension. Vincenzo Aiutino, now 20 years old with a growing criminal record and documented psychological disturbances, marries Marie Antoinette Calla. She's a divorcee with a young son, a ready-made family for a man incapable of genuine human connection. What does she see in him? What does he tell her? What lies does he construct to make himself appear normal, stable, safe? Perhaps Marie Antoinette represents his attempt at normalcy, at suppressing the darkness. Perhaps she's simply a cover, a way to appear like every other working-class man in the region. Married, stepfathering, showing up to construction jobs on time. The truth likely lies somewhere in between. Psychopaths don't love, but they understand that love is a mask others find convincing. The marriage doesn't cure him. Nothing can. The fantasies persist. The urges intensify. The construction sites where he works provide the perfect hunting grounds. Transient locations, basements and cellars isolated from public view. Heavy objects that double as weapons. His hands, already strong from labor, become instruments of death. He's physically fit, his job demands it. Carrying bodies becomes just another form of heavy lifting. Eastern France in the early 1990s is experiencing economic transformation. The Longwy region, once dominated by steel production, is struggling with industrial decline. Jobs are scarce. The population is anxious, distracted by their own survival. The perfect environment for a predator to operate. The police forces are understaffed, underfunded, overwhelmed by petty crimes and domestic disputes. Missing persons cases, especially young women who might have simply run away, don't receive the resources or attention they deserve. Vincenzo Aiutino understands this intuitively. He doesn't need to read criminal psychology textbooks. He simply observes, learns, adapts. He sees how the system works or doesn't work. He recognizes the gaps, the blind spots, the bureaucratic inertia that turns families' desperate pleas into filed reports that gather dust. The summer of 1991 approaches. The weather grows warm. Women wear lighter clothing, walk alone through parking lots at dusk, let their guard down in spaces they perceive as safe. The Auchan supermarket in Mont Saint-Martin becomes the center of Vincenzo's universe. Not because he shops there, but because the women who work there follow predictable patterns. They leave at predictable times. They walk past his construction site to reach their cars. He watches. He waits. He plans. The monster is fully formed now, patient and calculating. The only question remaining is who will be first. The answer comes on an August evening, when a 20-year-old commercial attaché named Isabelle Lunenin makes the fatal mistake of being kind to a stranger who asks for help. The predator is ready. The hunting ground is prepared. The darkness that began with a traumatized 5-year-old boy witnessing his father's depravity has metastasized into something infinitely worse. Vincenzo Aiutino is about to become what he watched his father be. A destroyer of innocence, a taker of life, a void where human empathy should exist. But unlike his father, Vincenzo won't stop at rape. He's evolved beyond that. The damage inside him runs deeper, the need for control more absolute. His victims won't survive to carry the trauma forward. They'll simply cease to exist, erased from the world by a man who was never fully present in it himself. The stage is set. The killer walks freely through the streets of Mont Saint-Martin, unrecognized, unsuspected, utterly ordinary in appearance. Beneath the surface, behind the mask, the machinery of murder is already running. Oiled, efficient, hungry. August 6, 1991. The killing begins. Isabelle Lunenin wakes up that morning with no sense of doom, no premonition of the horror awaiting her. August 6, 1991. A Tuesday. 20 years old. Her whole life an unopened gift full of promise. She works as a commercial attaché, a respectable position for a young woman in the economically struggling Lorraine region of eastern France. Today is unremarkable, ordinary, the kind of day that vanishes from memory even as you're living it. Except this day won't vanish. This day will be seared into the collective memory of an entire community. Isabelle arrives at her workplace in Longwy, performs her duties with the professionalism expected of her, exchanges pleasantries with colleagues. The mundane rhythm of office work, phone calls, paperwork, the slow crawl toward quitting time. She makes plans for the evening. Nothing elaborate. Dinner with a friend. The simple pleasure of good company and conversation after a day's work. The afternoon bleeds into evening. Isabelle finishes her tasks, says her goodbyes, steps out into the late summer air. The sun hangs lower now, casting long shadows across the parking lots and streets. She drives toward Mont Saint-Martin, toward the Auchan supermarket where she plans to meet her friend. It's a familiar route, one she's traveled countless times. The supermarket's parking lot is well lit, populated, safe. Or so it seems. Vincenzo Aiutino is already there, waiting, watching. He's spotted Isabelle before. Perhaps not her specifically, but women like her. Young, alone, distracted by the transition from work mode to social mode, their guard naturally lowered. He's positioned himself strategically, near enough to his construction site to maintain the appearance of legitimacy, close enough to the parking lot to intercept opportunities as they arise. The construction site itself is his lair. Basements and cellars remain unfinished, isolated from casual observation. Heavy equipment provides both weapons and explanations for noise. The transient nature of construction means witnesses are temporary, rarely present after standard work hours. He's thought this through with the cold calculation of a chess player, positioning his pieces for maximum advantage. Isabel parks her car. The moment her feet touch the asphalt, her fate begins to seal. She doesn't notice the man approaching. Why would she? He's just another worker, probably heading home after a long day. His appearance is unremarkable. Work clothes, cement dust, the tired posture of manual labor. He reads as safe, as part of the scenery, as fundamentally invisible in the way working-class men often are. "Excuse me." His voice is polite, slightly apologetic. The perfect tone to disarm suspicion. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm having trouble with something at the site. Could you help me for just a moment? I need to move a heavy object. Just need someone to help me lift it. It'll only take a minute." The request is brilliant in its simplicity. It appeals to social courtesy, to the universal reluctance to refuse a simple favor, to the ingrained responses drilled into young women about being nice, being helpful, being accommodating. Isabel hesitates. There's that flicker of intuition, that quiet voice women learn to suppress because society punishes them for being paranoid or rude. She probably has just enough time before meeting her friend. It's just a moment. It's just lifting something. It's just being kind. She agrees. The monster smiles. Friendly, grateful, harmless. They walk together toward the construction site. Conversation is light. Weather, work, mundane nothings that create a false intimacy of normalcy. Each step takes Isabel further from safety, from witnesses, from the life she woke up to that morning. The construction site swallows them like a concrete throat. Basement stairs descend into dimness. The air grows cooler, mustier, heavy with the smell of fresh cement and old earth. The transition from normal to nightmare happens in a heartbeat. One moment they're navigating through construction debris. The next moment, Vincenzo's mask drops completely. He exposes himself, not accidentally, not awkwardly, but deliberately, aggressively, transforming from helpful stranger to predator in the space between breaths. Terror explodes through Isabel's nervous system, the primal animal realization that she's in mortal danger. Fight, flight, or freeze, her body chooses flight. She tries to run, but the basement is a maze of unfinished walls and dead ends. He's faster, stronger, intimately familiar with every corner of his hunting ground. When he catches her, and he does catch her, the attempted rape begins. Isabel fights. God, how she fights. Fingernails become claws, knees become weapons. Screams tear from her throat even though there's no one close enough to hear. This isn't the compliant victim Vincenzo expected. This is survival instinct at its most raw and desperate. The struggle intensifies, becomes violent beyond his original intentions. Rage floods through him. Rage at her resistance. Rage at his own twisted desires being thwarted. Rage that has been building inside him for 21 years. The iron bar is close. Construction sites are full of such tools. His hand closes around cold metal. The weight feels right, familiar from 1,000 days of legitimate labor. But now it serves a different purpose. The first blow connects with Isabel's skull. The sound is wet, hollow, final. Her body crumples like a marionette with cut strings. Blood pools, dark and viscous, spreading across the concrete floor. The struggle is over. The screaming stops. Silence floods back into the space, broken only by Vincenzo's ragged breathing and the distant sounds of traffic from the world above. He stands over her body. Does he feel remorse? Psychiatric evaluations suggest he's incapable of genuine empathy. But what about fear? Self-preservation should kick in now. He's just committed murder. But instead of panic, something else emerges: calculation. He can't leave her here. Discovery would be immediate, investigation swift, his connection to the site undeniable. The body must disappear. Vincenzo's construction work has made him intimately familiar with the surrounding area. The woods of Turpange lie not far from Mont Saint-Martin, dense enough to hide secrets, remote enough to discourage casual hikers. He waits for darkness to deepen. Isabel's corpse is heavy with death, the dead weight that gives the phrase its meaning, but he's carried heavier loads in his professional life. He wraps her in something, tarpaulin, perhaps, or construction sheeting, and transports her to his vehicle. The drive to Turpange is short but must feel eternal. Every passing car represents potential witness. Every traffic light is an opportunity for someone to glance over and notice something wrong. But luck, that cruel randomness that protects killers and abandons victims, holds. The woods receive Isabel Lunenen's body without ceremony. Vincenzo drags her deep into the undergrowth, strips her to delay identification, and leaves her to the elements and the wildlife. He returns home, to his wife, to the young stepson sleeping peacefully in the next room. He showers, washing away blood and dirt and evidence. He lies down beside Marie Antoinette, closes his eyes, and sleeps, because monsters don't lose sleep over monstrosity. It's simply what they are. Meanwhile, Isabel's friend waits at the restaurant. 15 minutes late becomes 30. 30 becomes an hour. Concern builds into worry. Phone calls go unanswered. The friend eventually gives up, assumes Isabel had a change of plans, feels mildly annoyed at the rudeness of being stood up. Isabel's family experiences sharper alarm. She doesn't come home that night. Her car is found in the Auchan parking lot the next morning, abandoned and ordinary, offering no clues to her disappearance. They report her missing. The police take statements, file reports, but there's no evidence of foul play. Young women run away sometimes. They have secret boyfriends. They make impulsive decisions. The investigation lacks urgency. Days pass. Weeks. Isabel's parents become desperate, haunting police stations, plastering missing person posters across the region. But the bureaucratic machinery grinds slowly, indifferently. There are other cases, other priorities. One missing 20-year-old doesn't warrant significant resources, especially when there's no body, no crime scene, no witnesses. 6 weeks later, 2 hunters venture into the woods of Turpange. They're tracking game, following animal trails, when one of them catches a smell. Death has an odor unmistakable to anyone who's encountered it. Sweet, rotten, clinging. They follow their noses rather than their quarry. What they find sends them stumbling backward, retching, reaching for cell phones to call police. The body is barely recognizable as human. Decomposition in late summer accelerates rapidly. Animals have been feeding. Insects have colonized every orifice. But jewelry remains. Pieces that Isabel wore, that her parents had given her on birthdays and holidays. Small treasures that become identification markers when flesh fails. The autopsy reveals what the decomposition obscures. Skull fracture, blunt force trauma, murder weapon likely an iron bar or similar tool. Isabel Lunenen is officially a homicide victim. The investigation shifts gears. Police begin reviewing the area around where she was last seen. The Auchan supermarket, the construction site, the workers. They compile lists, run background checks, interview anyone with connection to the location. 4 men emerge as persons of interest, all with previous sex offense records, all with access to the area. One of these men is Vincenzo Aiutino, but he's also a married man with a family, a steady employment record, a facade of normalcy that proves remarkably durable. When investigators question him on December 2nd, 1991, he's nervous but not panicked. He answers their questions, maintains his composure, provides alibis that are vague enough to be believable but specific enough to sound truthful. After 10 hours, they release him. Insufficient evidence. No confession. No physical proof connecting him directly to Isabel Lunenen's murder. The investigation continues, but without clear direction. The trail grows cold. The case joins the growing pile of unsolved homicides that haunt police departments, that keep detectives awake at night wondering what they missed. What they missed was simple. The monster was sitting right in front of them. But monsters don't wear labels. They don't carry signs advertising their nature. They look like us, sound like us, blend seamlessly into the fabric of ordinary life. And while police were releasing Vincenzo Aiutino for lack of evidence, he was already planning his next hunt. Because he'd learned something crucial during those 10 hours of interrogation. He'd learned that he could do this. He could kill, dispose of the body, face police scrutiny, and walk away free. The system had tested him and found him passable. The experience didn't frighten him into stopping. It emboldened him to continue. 25 days later, Isabel Christoph would learn this terrible truth. But for now, in early December 1991, Vincenzo Aiutino returns to his normal life. He goes to work. He kisses his wife. He plays with his stepson. He waits. He watches. He plans. The hunger has been fed, but it's not satisfied. It will never be satisfied, because that's the nature of this particular darkness. It doesn't diminish with indulgence. It only grows larger, more demanding, more insatiable. The first scream has echoed and faded. But more screams are coming. They're inevitable now, as certain as the changing seasons, as predictable as the sunrise. The machinery of murder is running smoothly, and nobody knows, nobody suspects. The monster walks among them, invisible and lethal, leaving a trail of destroyed lives in his wake. And the second victim's clock is already ticking down to zero. September 13th, 1991. 5 weeks after Isabel Lou Nenen's murder. 5 weeks during which Vincenzo Aiutino has maintained his mask of normalcy with Oscar-worthy performance. He wakes beside his wife each morning, eats breakfast, commutes to his construction job, returns home to domestic routine. To anyone observing, he's just another working man navigating the daily grind. But beneath the surface, the compulsion is building again. The first kill didn't purge the darkness, it fed it. Made it stronger. Hunger doesn't decrease with feeding in predators like Aiutino. It multiplies. The Auchan supermarket remains his focal point. Same location, same hunting ground. Why change what works? The construction site still provides his perfect lair. Police have questioned him and released him, which means, in the twisted logic of his mind, that this location is now proven safe. They've already looked and found nothing. They won't look again. Not carefully, not suspiciously. Isabel Christoph is 21 years old, 1 year older than the first Isabel. She works as a cashier at the very same Auchan supermarket, spending her shifts scanning groceries, making change, exchanging pleasantries with customers in the mechanical way service workers perfect. The job is tedious but stable, crucial in a region still bleeding from industrial decline. She's grateful for the employment, for the routine, for the small paycheck that provides independence. She shares a first name with Aiutino's previous victim. Is this coincidence or selection? Did he target her specifically because of the name, some twisted psychological association that satisfied something in his diseased psyche? Or is it pure chance, randomness wearing the mask of pattern? The truth died with him, keeping his secrets locked behind psychopathic indifference. Isabel Christoph's shift ends. She walks through the employee exit, crosses the parking lot. The same parking lot where Isabel Lou Nenen walked 6 weeks earlier. The same asphalt. The same ambient noise of cars and distant conversations. The same false sense of security that public spaces provide. She doesn't know she's being watched. Doesn't feel the predatory gaze tracking her movements, calculating approach vectors, timing the intersection of hunter and prey. Vincenzo emerges from the construction site with perfect casualness. His approach is smooth, practiced, refined from his first successful hunt. No hesitation, no nervous energy to trigger intuitive alarm. Just a working man, tired from his day, catching someone's attention with a reasonable request delivered in reasonable tones. "Excuse me, miss? I'm so sorry to bother you." The same script, slightly modified. Same apologetic tone. Same appealing to social conditioning that makes refusing direct requests feel rude. "I'm having trouble lifting something at the site. Heavy object, just need an extra pair of hands for a moment. Would you mind helping? It'll just take a minute." Isabel Christoph hesitates. Does she remember hearing about Isabel Lou Nenen's disappearance? The missing person posters had been distributed widely, but they hadn't included warnings about construction sites or helpful strangers. The police investigation hadn't established enough connection to warn the public about specific dangers. So when Isabel Christoph performs her internal calculus, is this safe? Is this reasonable? Is this person trustworthy? She lacks the crucial data that would save her life. She agrees. The decision is made. The rest becomes inevitable. They walk together toward the construction site. Small talk fills the space, weather, work, nothing memorable. Each step is another step away from witnesses, from safety, from survival. The basement entrance swallows them like before. Same stairs, same dimness, same concrete walls that will soon muffle screams. Vincenzo has learned from experience. This time he's even more prepared, more efficient, more confident in his ability to control the situation. The transformation from human to monster happens faster this time. Less preamble, less pretense. He exposes himself, but now he's ready for resistance. When Isabel Christoph's face registers horror, when she tries to flee, he's already moving to block her escape. The attempted rape becomes actual rape. He's learned to overpower resistance more efficiently, to use his physical advantages more brutally, to treat human beings like objects to be used and discarded. But rape alone doesn't satisfy him anymore. The first murder taught him that ultimate control comes not from violating life but from taking it. The psychological rush of holding complete power over another person's existence, the godlike authority to decide whether they continue breathing, has become its own addiction. The sexual violence is almost secondary now, just a component of the larger need for domination. Isabel Christoph screams. Her fingernails rake across his face, leaving scratches that he'll have to explain later to his wife. Probably some lie about construction materials, about sharp edges, about workplace accidents. But right now, in this moment, pain means nothing. Her resistance triggers his rage rather than his retreat. The iron bar is already in his hand. He came prepared this time, brought it specifically, anticipated the need for lethal force. The first blow silences her screaming. The second ensures she won't survive to identify him. The third and fourth, and possibly more. The medical examiner will count them later, will document the excessive violence, the overkill that speaks to rage beyond rational motivation. When he finally stops, Isabel Christoph's face is unrecognizable. Blood spatters the concrete walls like abstract art. His hands are slick with it. His breathing comes in ragged gasps, not from exertion but from the adrenaline crash following extreme violence. Standing over her corpse, something shifts in Vincenzo's methodology. The first murder required him to transport the body away from the site, to hide it in distant woods. But that was risky, the drive, the potential witnesses, the physical difficulty of moving deadweight through unfamiliar terrain. This time he chooses a different approach. The construction site itself has dozens of hiding places. Unfinished cellars, spaces behind walls, areas that won't be accessed for weeks or months. He can conceal her here in his own territory under his own supervision. He drags Isabel Christoph's body deeper into the construction site's bowels. The specific location remains uncertain. Reports vary on exactly where he hid her. What matters is that the concealment works. Days pass without discovery. The construction continues around her hidden corpse, workers hammering and sawing mere feet from where she lies decomposing. The cognitive dissonance is staggering, life and death, creation and destruction, happening simultaneously in the same physical space. Isabel Christoph fails to return home. Her family panics immediately. She's reliable, responsible, not the type to disappear without explanation. They report her missing. Police take statements, begin investigating, but they're facing the same problem as before. No body, no crime scene, no clear evidence of foul play. Young women sometimes vanish for personal reasons. Maybe a secret boyfriend, maybe family conflict, maybe impulsive decision to start fresh elsewhere. But the similarities between the two Isabels don't go unnoticed. Same age demographic, same workplace, same general area of disappearance, same parking lot. Investigators begin wondering if there's a connection, if they're looking at a potential serial offender rather than isolated incidents. The problem is evidence. Without bodies, without witnesses, without physical proof, suspicions remain just suspicions. Then Isabel Christoph's body is discovered at the construction site. The exact timeline is unclear from available records, but the discovery shifts everything. Suddenly, there are two murdered young women, both named Isabel, both working at the same Auchan supermarket, both last seen in the same parking lot. This isn't coincidence anymore. This is pattern. This is hunting behavior. This is a serial killer actively operating in Long Y. The investigation intensifies. Police return to their previous persons of interest, including Vincenzo Aiutino. They question him again on December 2nd, 1991, approximately 3 months after Isabel Christoph's murder. This time, the scrutiny is sharper, the questions more pointed, the pressure more sustained. They keep him for 10 hours, pushing for contradictions, watching for tells, seeking any crack in his composure that might provide leverage for confession. But Vincenzo holds firm. He's had practice now, 2 murders, multiple police interactions, constant vigilance in maintaining his false identity. 10 hours of interrogation is brutal, but he endures. He provides alibis that can't be definitively disproven. He expresses appropriate concern for the victims. He maintains his persona as law-abiding citizen, family man, wrongly suspected due to unfortunate coincidence of proximity and previous minor offenses. The police lack sufficient evidence to hold him. DNA technology in 1991 France isn't as advanced as it will become. Physical evidence from the crime scenes is limited. Witness statements are non-existent. Both Isabels vanished without anyone seeing the crucial moments. The case against Aiutino is circumstantial, suggestive but not conclusive. After 10 hours, they release him again. Imagine the rage this must have generated in the investigating officers, knowing absolutely certain in their gut that they're releasing a killer but lacking the legal justification to keep him. Watching him walk out of the police station, knowing he'll probably kill again, but being powerless to prevent it. The helplessness must have been agonizing. Vincenzo returns to his life, to Marie Antoinette and his stepson, to his construction job, to the routine that camouflages his monstrous reality. But the police scrutiny has rattled him. Not enough to stop, he's too far gone for that, too consumed by his compulsions. But enough to modify his approach. He needs to be more careful, more strategic, less predictable. 3 months pass. Winter arrives, bringing shorter days and longer darkness. The cold slows construction work, provides fewer opportunities for isolated encounters. Vincenzo waits, plans. The hunger builds during the winter months like pressure in a sealed container. By February 1992, it's reached critical mass. He changes his methodology. No more targeting women at the Auchan supermarket parking lot. That location has become too hot, too associated with missing women, too likely to have increased police surveillance. Instead, he evolves his technique. Rather than waiting for prey to come to his hunting ground, he goes mobile, creates the opportunity for isolation rather than waiting for it to occur naturally. February 25th, 1992. Bernadette Boer is 40 years old, a medical sales representative navigating the highways and byways of eastern France as part of her professional duties. She's experienced, mature, theoretically less vulnerable than the young Isabels. She's probably heard about the murders, absorbed the ambient fear circulating through the female population of the region. She's probably more cautious because of it. But Vincenzo Aiutino has adapted his predation to account for heightened awareness. He doesn't approach her in a parking lot with a request for help. Instead, he manufactures a situation that appears to be chance misfortune. He punctures her tire, a deliberate act of sabotage disguised as bad luck. Then he waits nearby, watching for her to discover the problem. When Bernadette realizes her tire is flat, frustration blooms rather than fear. It's an inconvenience, not a threat. Flat tires happen. It's annoying but manageable. She's capable of changing it herself if necessary, though help would be welcome. Vincenzo approaches as helpful stranger, not as predator. He offers assistance, an innocent good Samaritan responding to someone in need. They work together on changing the tire, conversation flowing easily. He's refined his social mimicry to near perfection now. Nothing in his demeanor suggests danger. He's polite, competent, respectful. The tire gets changed efficiently. Then comes the hook. His hands are dirty from the work. Grease and rubber and road grime. Hers probably are too. He suggests she come wash her hands somewhere. He knows a place nearby. Just at this construction site, there's a sink. It's a reasonable offer. Helpful. Considerate, even. Bernadette's intuition might whisper warnings. But what exactly is suspicious about washing dirty hands? If she refuses, she seems paranoid, ungrateful, rude after this man just helped her. Social conditioning overrides survival instinct. She agrees. They walk together toward the construction site. Toward the basement. Toward death. The pattern repeats. Isolation achieved, Vincenzo's mask drops. The attempted rape meets resistance. The iron bar solves the problem of resistance permanently. Bernadette bores skull fractures under repeated blows. Blood pools. Another life extinguished. Another family about to be shattered. But this time Vincenzo makes a critical error. Whether from overconfidence or haste or simple carelessness, he doesn't hide Bernadette's body with the same care as the previous victims. He disposes of her in Alendrelle-la-Malmaison, near his own home on Joseph Lab Street. A shockingly stupid decision that reveals his deteriorating judgment, his increasing recklessness, his growing belief in his own invincibility. The body is discovered quickly, too quickly. Police investigation begins immediately, and this time they have fresher evidence, more immediate trails to follow. They start canvassing the area. Joseph Lab Street, nearby residents, recent activity, and suddenly Vincenzo Aiutino's name surfaces again. Same person of interest from the Isabel cases, now geographically connected to a third murder. The net is tightening. Vincenzo realizes it faster than anyone. The police will come for him again, but this time with harder questions, sharper suspicions, determination born from 3 murdered women. He's out of time, out of luck. The mask is cracking beyond repair. March 4th, 1992, 7 days after Bernadette Boer's murder. 7 days during which Vincenzo's paranoia has been escalating, his sleep deteriorating, his awareness that capture is imminent reaching fever pitch. Marie Antoinette has noticed the change in him. How could she not? The scratches on his face, the late nights, the distraction, the barely contained tension vibrating through his entire body. Does she suspect the truth? Does she allow herself to wonder what monster she's been sharing a bed with? Police investigators are closing in. They're connecting threads. 3 victims, similar methodologies, geographic clustering, the same person of interest appearing repeatedly in their files. They're building a case, preparing for another round of questioning, this time with the full weight of accumulating evidence behind them. They're planning to bring Vincenzo Aiutino in for extensive interrogation. They're assembling their strategy. They're too slow, because Vincenzo Aiutino has already made his decision. He won't wait to be arrested. He won't submit to more interrogations, won't sit across from detectives who are increasingly certain of his guilt. He's been building toward this moment his entire life. The final act, the ultimate escape, the last assertion of control when all other control has been stripped away. March 4th, the construction site on Joseph Lab Street. The same location where he disposed of Bernadette Boer's body. The site that sealed his fate by bringing police attention too close to home. There's symmetry in choosing this place for his exit. A certain poetic justice in the predator dying in his own killing ground. Vincenzo Aiutino climbs the construction scaffolding. The metal framework rises against the sky, floor by floor, toward an altitude sufficient for his purposes. His hands know this structure intimately. He helped build it, after all. Every joint, every platform, every vulnerable point. He ascends methodically with the same deliberate planning he applied to murder. No hesitation, no last-minute reconsideration, just cold determination to control the narrative one final time. At the appropriate height, he stops. Does he look down at the ground far below? Does he think about Marie Antoinette, his stepson, the 3 women he murdered, his father's crimes that created him? Or is his mind blank, a void finally achieving physical expression? He jumps. The fall is silent except for the wind. Then impact, brutal, final, absolute. Vincenzo Aiutino's body breaks against the construction materials that were his tools, his camouflage, his killing ground. Blood spreads across concrete he probably poured himself. The irony is thick enough to choke on. The suicide denies justice to 3 families. Denies them the trial, the testimony, the public accounting of what was done to their daughters. Denies them the opportunity to look their monster in the face and name him for what he was. Bernadette Boer's family. Isabelle Christophe's family. Isabelle Lou Nenen's family. All left with permanent questions, incomplete closure, the aching void where resolution should be. But the suicide also ends the killing. 3 dead women, but the count stops there. No 4th victim, no 5th. The predator is neutralized permanently, though not through the justice system's intervention. Sometimes the only thing that stops monsters is their own self-destruction. The investigation doesn't end with Aiutino's death. Police still need to build their case posthumously, to document what happened, to provide families with answers even if they can't provide punishment. They excavate his history, the childhood trauma, the escalating criminal behavior, the failed interventions, the warning signs ignored or missed. They interview Marie Antoinette, who claims ignorance of her husband's double life. They search his home, his workplace, his vehicle. Evidence accumulates. Physical traces connecting him to the murder sites. Timeline correlations. Witness statements from people who saw him near the victims. The case against Vincenzo Aiutino becomes overwhelming in his absence. All the pieces fitting together with tragic clarity now that there's no need to prove guilt beyond reasonable doubt for a trial. The media coverage is extensive. The man with 50 affairs. The nickname reflects his promiscuous sexual history, his multiple relationships running parallel to his marriage, his compulsive pursuit of women for purposes both sexual and lethal. The title reduces his victims to numbers, to affairs, to conquests rather than murders. It's a media failure that happens repeatedly in true crime coverage. The killer's perspective, the killer's framing, drowning out the victim's humanity. But let's correct that framework. This isn't a story about Vincenzo Aiutino's affairs. This is a story about 3 women who had lives, families, dreams, futures that were violently stolen. Isabelle Lou Nenen, 20 years old, with a career just beginning and decades of life ahead of her. Isabelle Christophe, 21 years old, working her cashier job and navigating young adulthood. Bernadette Boer, 40 years old, established in her career, mature and experienced, and still vulnerable to a predator who manufactured the perfect trap. Their names deserve to be spoken. Their lives deserve to be remembered, not as footnotes in Vincenzo Aiutino's pathology, but as the central tragedy of this narrative. 3 lights extinguished, 3 families destroyed, 3 futures erased because one broken man chose to spread his damage outward rather than seeking help, accepting accountability, or simply ending his own existence before taking others with him. The pattern revealed in Chapter 3 isn't just Aiutino's methodology. It's the systemic failures that enabled him, the psychiatric institutions that released him despite clear danger signs, the criminal justice system that gave him multiple chances despite escalating violence. The police resources stretched too thin to connect the dots quickly enough. The social conditioning that taught women to be helpful, accommodating, polite even when their intuition screamed warnings. These failures don't excuse Vincenzo Aiutino. Nothing excuses him, but they contextualize how a predator can operate successfully in modern society for months, accumulating victims while hiding in plain sight. The pattern isn't just his hunting behavior. It's the pattern of societal blind spots that predators exploit with ruthless efficiency. March 4th, 1992, the day the pattern ended. Not through justice, but through suicide. Not through society protecting its vulnerable members, but through a killer's final act of control. The construction site on Joseph Lab Street became a grave twice over, first for Bernadette Boer's body, then for Vincenzo Aiutino's corpse. The scaffolding still stands in photographs, a skeletal structure reaching toward an indifferent sky. The ground below still stained. The site itself eventually completed, transformed into whatever building it was meant to become. People live or work there now, probably unaware of the blood that seeped into its foundations, the screams that echoed through its unfinished spaces, the evil that made it a hunting ground. But the families remember. They'll always remember. The empty chairs at holidays, the birthdays uncelebrated, the grandchildren never born, the simple pleasures of hearing a loved one's voice, seeing their smile, hugging them hello and goodbye. All of it gone, all of it stolen, all of it irreplaceable. The pattern is revealed. The monster is dead, but the damage echoes forward through time, rippling outward through generations. A stone thrown into still water creating circles that never quite disappear. The physical death of Vincenzo Aiutino answered one question while birthing 1,000 others. Who was this man really? What created him? Could he have been stopped earlier? How many near misses were there? Women who escaped encounters with him through luck or intuition, who walked away from his helpful offers, who felt that primitive alarm in their nervous system and listened to it. The investigation into his background reveals a textbook case of escalation. Criminal psychologists would later dissect his life story like a cadaver in autopsy, identifying each stage of development, each missed intervention point, each warning sign that glowed neon red in hindsight but appeared ambiguous in real time. Start with the childhood trauma. 5 years old, witnessing his father rape his 7-year-old sister. This isn't speculation or posthumous excuse-making. This is documented fact that emerged during the investigation. The psychological literature on childhood sexual trauma is extensive and horrifying in its consistency. Children who witness sexual violence, especially incestuous sexual violence, especially at developmentally vulnerable ages, experience profound disruption to their emerging understanding of relationships, power, intimacy, and safety. But, and this is crucial, most children who experience such trauma don't become serial killers. They become survivors carrying wounds, certainly. They struggle with relationships and trust and their own sexuality. But they don't murder. Trauma explains nothing if it's treated as deterministic. Vincenzo Aiutino's childhood experiences damaged him severely, but millions of trauma survivors navigate their damage without destroying others. What differentiated him? Genetic factors potentially. Research into the biological components of psychopathy suggests heritable traits affecting empathy, impulse control, and emotional regulation. His father's own depravity hints at possible genetic predisposition, though environmental modeling and learned behavior are equally plausible explanations. The nature versus nurture debate dissolves into irrelevance when you're standing over 3 graves. The escalation pattern is clearer. Early exhibitionism at age 15. Sexual assault charges at 18, violent theft at 19, each offense more serious than the last, each intervention by the justice system more lenient than it should have been, brief psychiatric institutionalization that accomplished nothing, prison sentences measured in months instead of years, a system repeatedly telling him through its actions that consequences were minimal, that he could continue pushing boundaries without facing real accountability. By the time he married Marie Antoinette in July 1990, he was already a ticking bomb. The marriage didn't defuse him. If anything, it provided better camouflage. Married men with families occupy a different social category than single males with sexual offense histories. They're perceived as stable, normal, invested in conventional life structures. The disguise was nearly perfect. But what about Marie Antoinette? The investigation turned its attention to her after Vincenzo's death. What did she know? When did she know it? The scratches on his face after the murders. The late nights. The bloody clothes that must have needed washing. Did she suspect? Did she choose ignorance over horrible truth? Or was she genuinely deceived? A victim herself of his manipulation? The evidence suggests she remained unaware of the murders until his death forced revelation. She cooperated with investigators, provided information, expressed shock and horror that appeared genuine. If she had suspicions, she kept them buried deep, perhaps too afraid to excavate them, perhaps too dependent on him economically and emotionally to risk the confrontation such knowledge would demand. Her situation illustrates another dimension of the damage killers inflict. The families of perpetrators become collateral casualties, not responsible for the crimes, but forever tainted by association. Marie Antoinette's life exploded on March 4, 1992. Her husband's suicide revealed his monstrosity simultaneously. No time to process. No gradual understanding. Just immediate, total destruction of everything she thought she knew about her life. What happened to her afterward? The records provide little information. Did she remain in Alendrelle-la-Malmaison, haunted by neighbors' whispers and journalists' attention? Did she relocate, attempt to rebuild under a different name? And the stepson, what scars did he carry, growing up knowing his stepfather was a serial killer, that the man who might have played with him and helped with homework had tortured and murdered 3 women? These secondary victims rarely receive the attention they deserve in true crime narratives. The focus stays on the killer and the direct victims, while the blast radius of destruction, the families, the communities, the people who trusted the predator and now must recalibrate their entire understanding of reality, remains largely invisible. The 3 victims' families pursued their own forms of justice and closure after Vincenzo's death denied them a trial. Bernadette Boer's family, Isabelle Christophe's family, Isabelle Lou Nenen's family, each navigating grief while the media circus transformed their private tragedies into public consumption. Press conferences, interviews, newspaper articles dissecting every detail of how their loved ones died. French privacy laws provide some protection, but the hunger for true crime narratives is international and insatiable. The case became fodder for crime shows, podcast episodes, Wikipedia entries. The victims' names and faces circulated endlessly, frozen forever at the ages they died, never allowed to grow older in public memory, never permitted the dignity of being remembered for how they lived rather than how they died. The psychological autopsies of Vincenzo Aiutino produced diagnoses layered like sedimentary rock. Antisocial personality disorder, sexual sadism disorder, possible psychopathy, childhood trauma complicating the clinical picture. These labels provide framework for understanding but not comfort. Knowing your daughter was murdered by someone diagnosable with specific DSM criteria doesn't bring her back. It doesn't make the loss hurt less. It just provides vocabulary for the horror. What the psychological profiles reveal is a man fundamentally disconnected from normal human emotional experience. Vincenzo didn't kill in hot-blooded passion or sudden rage. He planned. He stalked. He manufactured opportunities. He manipulated victims' trust and social conditioning to isolate them. This requires sustained cognitive effort, deliberate strategizing, cold calculation. He knew what he was doing was wrong. He hid the bodies, lied to police, maintained his false identity. He simply didn't care, couldn't care. The neural architecture for empathy and moral concern was absent or so damaged as to be functionally non-existent. But here's what haunts the investigators who worked the case. How close they came to stopping him earlier. The December 2nd, 1991 interrogation. 10 hours with him in custody after 2 murders, before Bernadette Boer died. They had him right there in interview rooms, sweating under questioning. And they let him walk. Not because they were incompetent or lazy, but because the evidence wasn't sufficient for charges, because the legal system requires proof beyond reasonable doubt, because better to release a guilty person than imprison an innocent one. That principle, the foundation of just legal systems, becomes agonizing when you know the released guilty person immediately murdered again. The detectives who questioned Vincenzo Aiutino carry that weight permanently. Could they have pushed harder? Asked different questions? Found the crack in his composure that would have led to confession? Or was he simply too skilled at deception, too practiced at maintaining his mask, too psychologically damaged to experience the normal stress responses that generate tells? The construction site on Joseph Lab Street became grim pilgrimage destination after his death. Crime scene tourists, morbidly curious locals, true crime enthusiasts treating tragedy like entertainment. The site had to be secured against such intrusions, protected from people wanting selfies with locations where women died. The commodification of murder scenes represents its own form of violation. The victims' final moments transformed into tourist attractions, their suffering reduced to backdrop for Instagram posts. Eventually, the construction completed. The building opened. Life continued. People moved in or worked there, most probably unaware of the history. The blood was cleaned away. The basements where screams echoed were finished, painted, rendered indistinguishable from any other interior space. The physical evidence of evil was scrubbed clean. But evil leaves stains that don't wash away with bleach and paint. The families still grieve. The investigators still carry their cases. The community still remembers, even as younger generations who weren't alive in 1991 to 1992 grow up ignorant of why their parents seem nervous when they're out late, why certain construction sites generate disproportionate anxiety, why some parking lots carry ambient dread that has no obvious source. The final question, the one that generates endless debate in true crime communities, is whether Vincenzo Aiutino's death was justice or escape. Did his suicide represent accountability, a recognition of guilt so overwhelming that self-annihilation was the only response? Or was it cowardice, a final act of control that denied his victims' families the satisfaction of seeing him prosecuted, convicted, imprisoned? The answer is probably both. Suicide prevented further killings definitively. No possibility of escape from prison, no chance of parole review, no risk of legal technicalities leading to release. From a purely utilitarian perspective of harm prevention, his death was optimal outcome. But it denied the ritual of justice, the public accounting, the opportunity for families to confront him in court, to make victim impact statements, to watch him be sentenced and led away in chains. Justice isn't just about ending threats. It's about moral accounting, about society collectively naming evil and separating it from the community. Vincenzo Aiutino's suicide circumvented that process, leaving families with answers but not resolution, with certainty about what happened but not the ceremonial closure that trials provide. The construction site scaffolding became his gallows, his death roughly as violent as those he inflicted. The iron bar that crushed 3 women's skulls found its parallel in the concrete that crushed his. There's symmetry there, though symmetry isn't the same as justice. The victims didn't choose their deaths. Vincenzo chose his. That choice, that final assertion of autonomy, is precisely what he denied Isabel, and Bernadette. March 4, 1992. The killing stopped, but the damage continued. That's the terrible truth about serial murder. The physical violence is only the beginning. The psychological shrapnel embeds in families, communities, in the collective consciousness of everyone who hears the story and realizes how close evil can operate to ordinary life, how thin the membrane is between safety and horror. Vincenzo Aiutino is gone. His victims remain dead. Their families remain broken. The construction site stands completed, transformed, repurposed for life rather than death. Time passes. New tragedies replace old ones in news cycles. The names fade from headlines. Isabel Lou Nenin, Isabel Christoph, Bernadette Boer. Say them now. Remember them now. Because forgetting the victims while remembering the killer is the final indignity, the last violence we can inflict on them posthumously. The man with 50 affairs. The label sexualizes his crimes, romanticizes his predation, frames murder as if it were infidelity rather than annihilation. But strip away the euphemisms and what remains is simple. 3 women were tortured, raped, and murdered by a man who could have stopped himself but chose not to. 3 families were destroyed. 3 futures were erased. An entire community lost its innocence, learned that monsters don't advertise themselves with horns and tails, that evil shops at the same supermarket, works the same construction sites, lives in the same neighborhoods as everyone else. The anatomy of evil, dissected across 4 chapters, reveals no easy answers. Just the accumulation of choices, circumstances, systemic failures, and individual pathology that combined into tragedy. Just the reminder that vigilance matters, that intervention points exist even when they're missed, that the price of failure to identify and stop predators is always paid in blood. The construction site on Joseph Lab Street stands quiet now. The scaffolding where Vincenzo Aiutino jumped has long since been dismantled. The building serves its intended purpose. Life continues, but somewhere, in family photo albums, in police archives, in the memories of those who knew the victims, 3 young women remain forever frozen at the moment of their deaths, their potential unrealized, their lives cut short by a man who couldn't be stopped until he stopped himself. This is the story of Vincenzo Aiutino, the man with 50 affairs, the construction worker who built buildings by day and destroyed lives by night, the husband and stepfather who maintained perfect domesticity while planning perfect murders, the predator who walked among us, invisible and lethal, until the weight of his own evil finally crushed him. The monster hunted, and in the end, the monster's darkness consumed himself. But not before 3 innocent women paid the ultimate price for society's failure to recognize him, stop him, protect his would-be victims from his insatiable hunger. Remember their names. Speak their names. They deserve that much, at least. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe, so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now, let's get into our final story. Story 4, Niels Hogel, the Angel of Death. He was supposed to save lives. Instead, he became Germany's most prolific serial killer. For years, they called him the dedicated nurse. The patients called him nothing because they couldn't speak anymore. Patient flatlines. Alarms scream through sterile corridors. A nurse rushes in, hands moving with practiced precision, administering life-saving drugs. The heart monitor stabilizes. The patient breathes again. The nurse is a hero for now. But what if I told you the same hands that saved that life were the ones that stopped it in the first place? What if the hero was the executioner, playing God in a twisted game where he controlled who lived and who died? Tonight, we descend into the horrifying true story of Niels Hogel, the nurse who murdered with medicine, who turned healing into killing, and who got away with it for so long that the body count remains a mystery even today. This is the story of a man who didn't just take lives. He orchestrated their deaths like a conductor before an audience, and then basked in the applause when he saved them. But not everyone came back. Most never did. Welcome to the nightmare of the nurse who became Germany's angel of death. Niels Hogel didn't look like a monster. That's what made him so dangerous. Born on December 30th, 1976, in the quiet town of Wilhelmshaven, Germany, Hogel seemed destined for an unremarkable existence. His childhood was ordinary, almost aggressively normal. A boy growing up in post-reunification Germany, navigating school, adolescence, and the mundane routines of suburban life. There were no warning signs, no tales of torturing animals or setting fires, none of the typical red flags that criminologists love to cite when dissecting the psychology of killers. But perhaps that's the point. Evil doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it incubates quietly, hidden beneath layers of normalcy, waiting for the right conditions to emerge. Hogel was described by those who knew him as unremarkable. Not particularly bright, not especially charismatic, but not menacing either. He was the kind of person you'd pass on the street without a second glance, the kind of face that blurs into the background of memory. And maybe that's what he wanted, to be invisible, to be underestimated. Because when you're invisible, people don't watch you closely. They don't question your actions. They don't suspect that behind your bland smile lurks a hunger for power, for control, for the ultimate authority over life and death. In 1997, at the age of 21, Hogel began his nursing training. It was a profession that seemed noble, selfless. The kind of career choice that parents beam about with pride. Nurses are caregivers, healers, the unsung heroes of the medical world who work grueling shifts for modest pay because they genuinely care about helping people. At least that's the ideal. For Hogel, nursing represented something else entirely. Access. Access to vulnerable people. Access to powerful medications. Access to life and death situations where a single decision, a single injection, could alter the course of existence. And most importantly, access to opportunities where he could be the center of attention, where he could prove his worth, where he could feel something other than the gnawing emptiness that seemed to define his inner life. By 1999, Hogel had secured a position at a clinic in Oldenburg, working in the intensive care and surgical units. These were high-stakes environments where critically ill patients teetered on the edge of survival, where codes were called regularly, and where nurses needed to react quickly to emergencies. It was here, amidst the beeping monitors and sterile equipment, that Niels Hogel began to kill. His method was chillingly simple. He would administer drugs, often medications designed to treat cardiac conditions, to patients who didn't need them. Agmelin, a medication used to diagnose heart rhythm disorders. Gileuritmal, another cardiac drug. potassium compounds that could stop a heart in seconds. These weren't drugs you'd find lying around. They required knowledge, calculation, and deliberate intent. Hogel knew exactly what he was doing. Once the medication took effect, the patient would crash. Their heart would stutter, seize, stop. Alarms would wail. Staff would converge on the room. And there would be Niels Hogel, ready to spring into action, performing CPR, administering counteracting drugs, doing everything possible to save the patient. Sometimes he succeeded. The patient would stabilize, and Hogel would receive praise, gratitude, recognition. He was the hero. He was competent. He was valued. But more often, they died. And here's the truly disturbing part. Hogel didn't seem to care whether they lived or died. The outcome was almost irrelevant. What mattered was the process, the drama, the adrenaline rush of the emergency itself. He craved the chaos, the attention, the feeling of being important. Each code blue was a performance, and he was the star. Colleagues would pat him on the back, commend his quick thinking, his dedication. No one suspected that he was both arsonist and firefighter, creating emergencies just to resolve them. The psychological term for this is hero syndrome, a phenomenon where individuals create dangerous situations so they can be seen as heroes when they intervene. It's been observed in firefighters who set blazes they then heroically extinguish, in caretakers who make patients sick so they can nurse them back to health. But what Hogel did went beyond mere attention-seeking. This was serial murder dressed up as medical emergency, death masquerading as unfortunate complication. As the months passed, the death rate in Hogel's unit climbed. Patients who should have survived didn't. Statistical anomalies began to emerge, an unusual number of cardiac arrests, an inexplicable spike in mortality. But hospitals are chaotic environments. People die in ICUs. That's the nature of intensive care. And Hogel was careful. He didn't kill every shift. He varied his methods. He chose patients who were already critically ill, whose deaths could be explained away as complications or natural progression of disease. But whispers began. Nurses started noticing patterns. Why did so many patients code when Hogel was on duty? Why were certain medications disappearing from the supply cabinet more quickly than they should? Why did Hogel always seem to be present during emergencies, sometimes arriving at codes before the alarm had even been raised? One nurse in particular grew suspicious. She noticed that Hogel had been present during an unusually high number of resuscitation attempts. She mentioned it to a colleague who dismissed it. Hogel was dedicated, after all. He worked hard. He was always willing to help. Surely it was just coincidence. But it wasn't coincidence. It was murder. Systematic, calculated, repeated murder. By 2001, the concerns could no longer be ignored. An investigation was launched, not by police, but by the hospital itself. They reviewed patient records, examined medication logs, interviewed staff. The evidence was circumstantial but disturbing. Too many deaths, too many codes, too much medication unaccounted for. And always at the center of it, Niels Hogel. On November 21, 2001, Hogel was caught in the act. A colleague witnessed him injecting a patient with an unauthorized medication. The patient crashed immediately. This time, there could be no denial, no explanation, no clever excuse. He was confronted. He was fired. And the hospital did something that would haunt the case for years to come. They let him leave quietly. No police report. No public scandal. Just a termination and a recommendation not to work in healthcare again. Why? The reasons are murky and disturbing in their own right. Perhaps the hospital feared the legal and reputational consequences of admitting they'd employed a serial killer. Perhaps they convinced themselves that firing him was enough, that he'd learned his lesson, that he wouldn't do it again. Or perhaps, most cynically, they simply wanted the problem to go away without the mess of a criminal investigation. Whatever the reason, it was a catastrophic mistake. Because Niels Hogel wasn't done killing. He was just getting started. Within months, he'd secured another nursing position, this time at a hospital in Delmenhorst. His personnel file from Oldenburg contained no mention of the investigation, no warning about his conduct. To his new employers, he was just another nurse looking for work. They had no idea they were hiring death itself. And so the killing continued. Different hospital, different patients, same method, same motive. Hogel would induce cardiac arrests and then attempt to resuscitate his victims, feeding his addiction to drama and attention. The body count climbed. 10 victims became 20, 20 became 30, and still, somehow, he evaded detection. How? How does someone kill dozens of people in a hospital? A place filled with educated professionals, with surveillance, with protocols designed specifically to prevent this kind of thing, and get away with it for years. The answer is as disturbing as the crimes themselves. People see what they expect to see. Hospitals expect patients to die. They expect emergencies. They expect complications. What they don't expect is that one of their own, one of the healers, is actually a predator. Hogel understood this. He exploited it. He weaponized the trust inherent in the medical profession. Nurses are supposed to help people. That's the fundamental assumption. So when Niels Hogel stood by a bedside, syringe in hand, no one imagined he was holding a murder weapon. They saw a caregiver. They saw a colleague. They saw someone trying to help. They didn't see the monster. Not yet. But the monster was there, hiding in plain sight, dressed in scrubs, wearing a stethoscope, killing with impunity. And with each murder, he grew bolder, more confident, more reckless. He was playing a game and he thought he was winning. He had no idea that the walls were closing in, that evidence was accumulating, that eventually, the sheer weight of death surrounding him would become impossible to ignore. The angel of death had spread his wings wide over 2 hospitals, and dozens of families would never see their loved ones again. The worst part? This was only the beginning. The true scope of Hogel's crimes, the actual number of victims, would take years to uncover, and even today, the full truth remains elusive. Because some monsters don't just kill. They erase. They obliterate. They leave behind only questions, only grief, only the terrible knowledge that someone you trusted to heal was actually there to harm. Niels Hogel had become the nightmare that lurks in every hospital corridor. The helper who hurts, the healer who kills, the professional who weaponizes the very skills meant to preserve life. And for years, he got away with it, one injection at a time, one flatlined heart at a time, one grieving family at a time. The monster was loose, and nobody was stopping him. Delmenhorst, Germany, a modest city of roughly 75,000 people, situated near Bremen. Quiet streets, orderly neighborhoods, the kind of place where everyone knows their neighbor. And in the heart of this unassuming community stood the Delmenhorst Hospital, a facility where people came seeking treatment, expecting care, trusting that the medical professionals would do everything in their power to preserve life. They had no idea that death had just been hired for the night shift. When Niels Hogel arrived at Delmenhorst in February 2003, he brought with him years of experience, a clean personnel file, and a secret that would turn this hospital into a charnel house. His hiring was routine, unremarkable. The hospital needed nurses. Hogel needed work. It seemed like a perfect match. Background checks revealed nothing alarming, because Oldenburg Hospital had never reported their suspicions to authorities. As far as Delmenhorst knew, they were hiring a qualified, experienced intensive care nurse. What they actually hired was Germany's most prolific serial killer. Hogel slipped into the rhythm of hospital life with practiced ease. He took on shifts, bonded with colleagues, demonstrated competence in his duties. To outward appearances, he was everything a hospital could want in a nurse. Reliable, knowledgeable, willing to work difficult shifts. He didn't draw attention to himself. He didn't make waves. He simply did his job. Except his job, as he defined it, included murder. The pattern that had emerged in Oldenburg reasserted itself almost immediately in Delmenhorst. Patients began experiencing unexpected cardiac arrests. Medications went missing. Emergency codes were called with disturbing frequency. And always at the center of these crises was Niels Hogel, responding quickly, working efficiently, trying desperately to save patients who wouldn't have needed saving if he hadn't attacked them in the first place. But there was a difference now. Hogel had learned from his near exposure in Oldenburg. He'd refined his technique, become more careful about selecting victims, more strategic about timing his attacks. He knew what had raised suspicions before, and he adapted. He varied the drugs he used. He spaced out his killings more deliberately. He chose patients whose conditions were already precarious, whose deaths could be easily explained as natural deterioration. And it worked. For years, it worked terrifyingly well. The victims were elderly patients, predominantly. Men and women who had lived full lives, who had families waiting at home, who had simply had the misfortune of falling ill at the wrong time, in the wrong hospital, under the care of the wrong nurse. They were vulnerable, dependent on the very system that was killing them. They couldn't fight back. They couldn't protect themselves. They had no choice but to trust. And Niels Hogel betrayed that trust in the most fundamental way possible. Consider, for a moment, the specific horror of Hogel's crimes. These weren't quick deaths. They weren't painless. When Hogel injected his victims with cardiac medications, he was forcing their bodies into crisis. Hearts would race, then sputter, then stop. Blood pressure would plummet. Organs would fail. The patients would feel their bodies shutting down, would experience the terror of suffocation, of consciousness slipping away, of fighting for breath that wouldn't come. And if they were conscious enough to look around, the last face they'd see would be Hogel's, leaning over them, performing CPR, pretending to save them while knowing he'd caused their agony. Some victims survived the initial attack only to die hours or days later from the damage Hogel had inflicted. Their systems, already weakened by illness, couldn't recover from the cardiac arrest he'd induced. Families watched their loved ones fade, believing it was the disease killing them, never suspecting that their decline was anything other than tragic misfortune. But some hospital staff were beginning to suspect. The death rate in Hogel's unit was statistically improbable. Nurses whispered in break rooms, comparing notes, sharing concerns. Why did so many patients crash on Hogel's shifts? Why was he always present during resuscitations? One nurse noticed that Hogel seemed almost excited during emergencies, displaying an energy and enthusiasm that felt inappropriate, unseemly. Another observed him lingering near medication storage, accessing drugs that weren't part of his assigned patients' treatment plans. These observations were shared quietly, cautiously. No one wanted to make accusations. Hogel was a colleague, after all. He was friendly, helpful, seemingly dedicated. Accusing him of murder seemed absurd, paranoid, impossible. So the concerns were mentioned to supervisors in vague terms, expressed as generalized unease rather than specific allegations. And the hospital administration did what administrations often do when faced with uncomfortable questions. They hesitated, equivocated, rationalized. Yes, the death rate was elevated, but these were ICU patients. People die in ICUs. Yes, Hogel was present during many emergencies, but he was a skilled nurse who responded quickly. Yes, medication usage seemed high, but record-keeping wasn't perfect. There were always explanations, always reasons to doubt, always justifications for inaction. Meanwhile, people kept dying. By 2005, the whispers had grown louder, the patterns more undeniable. Several nurses confronted management directly, demanding an investigation. The hospital could no longer ignore the concerns. They launched an internal review, examining death rates, medication logs, and incident reports. What they found was damning. When Hogel worked, death came with him. The correlation was undeniable, stark, terrifying. On his shifts, patients crashed at rates far exceeding statistical norms. Medication inventories showed discrepancies that aligned with his work schedule. The evidence, while circumstantial, painted an unmistakable picture. On June 22, 2005, hospital officials contacted police. After years of unexplained deaths, after dozens of victims, after countless opportunities to intervene, someone finally said the words that should have been spoken years earlier. "We think one of our nurses is killing patients." The investigation that followed was unlike anything German law enforcement had encountered before. This wasn't a case of passion or rage, of a killer who left obvious evidence or made careless mistakes. This was methodical, calculated serial murder carried out in an environment where death was expected, where the killer had legitimate access to both victims and murder weapons, and where the sheer scope of the crimes made them almost impossible to believe. Police executed a search warrant at Hogel's home. What they discovered provided crucial evidence. Stolen medical equipment, medications that should have been in hospital inventory, records and notes that suggested obsessive planning. They arrested him on August 30th, 2005, charging him with attempted murder after toxicology reports from 2 recent patients showed the presence of medications that hadn't been prescribed. 2 patients. The charges referenced just 2 victims, but investigators suspected the true number was much, much higher. Hogel was held in custody while detectives worked to build their case. They exhumed bodies from nearby cemeteries, performing toxicology screenings on remains that had been buried for months or years. They interviewed staff, reviewed thousands of pages of medical records, consulted with forensic experts to determine which deaths were suspicious. And they questioned Hogel. Again and again, they sat across from this unremarkable man and asked him why. Why did you do this? How many people did you kill? What drove you to murder? Hogel's answers were chilling in their banality. He described his crimes in clinical terms, devoid of emotion or remorse. He'd been bored, he said. He'd wanted excitement, wanted to prove his competence during resuscitation attempts. He'd enjoyed the feeling of being important, of being needed, of having colleagues depend on him during emergencies. The patients themselves, their lives, their families, their suffering, barely registered in his explanations. They were simply opportunities, objects to be manipulated in service of his psychological needs. When pressed about specific victims, Hogel's memory was frustratingly vague. He couldn't remember exactly how many people he'd killed. He'd lost count. Some attempts failed, the patients survived. Some succeeded, they died. After a while, they all blurred together. Just another shift, another injection, another code, another body. This vagueness would plague the case for years. How do you prosecute someone for murders he can't specifically recall? How do you calculate a death toll when the killer himself doesn't know the number? How do you provide closure to families when the evidence has been buried, cremated, or destroyed? The investigation expanded to include Hogel's time at Oldenburg Hospital. If he'd been killing in Delmenhorst, logic dictated he'd been killing there too. More bodies were exhumed. More records were reviewed. More families received the devastating news that their loved one's death might not have been natural, that someone they trusted had possibly murdered their parent, spouse, or sibling. The scope of Hogel's crimes was beginning to emerge, and it was staggering. This wasn't a killer who'd claimed 3 or 4 victims. This was industrial-scale murder, death assembly-lined through hospital corridors over the course of years. Conservative estimates suggested dozens of victims. More aggressive calculations suggested the number might exceed 100. 100 people. 100 sons and daughters, mothers and fathers, grandparents and spouses, all dead at the hands of a man who'd sworn an oath to do no harm. But here's what made the case even more horrifying: the institutional failures that enabled it. Hogel didn't kill in a vacuum. He killed in hospitals, surrounded by educated professionals, in an environment with checks and balances supposedly designed to prevent exactly this kind of catastrophe. Yet he operated for years, across 2 facilities, raising red flags that were ignored or dismissed. When Oldenburg Hospital discovered Hogel's crimes in 2001, they fired him quietly rather than reporting him to police. That decision alone likely cost dozens of lives. Had they reported him immediately, had they ensured he could never work in healthcare again, the Delmenhorst victims would still be alive. But institutional reputation trumped public safety. The hospital protected itself rather than protecting future patients. Even within Delmenhorst, warning signs were overlooked for years. Staff raised concerns that were minimized or explained away. Statistical anomalies were rationalized. The systems meant to protect patients failed spectacularly, catastrophically. And the patients paid the price. They paid with their lives, with suffering, with terror in their final moments. They paid because the institutions they trusted chose comfort over courage, chose reputation over truth, chose bureaucratic inertia over decisive action. By the time Niels Hogel was arrested in 2005, the damage was immeasurable. Dozens dead at minimum, families destroyed, trust in the medical system shattered. and an entire nation forced to confront the uncomfortable truth that monsters don't always lurk in dark alleys or abandoned buildings. Sometimes they work in hospitals. Sometimes they wear scrubs and carry stethoscopes. Sometimes they look like helpers while being predators. Sometimes the monster is the one you call when you need saving. And in Delmenhorst Hospital, for years, that monster was Niels Hogel. The trial of Niels Hogel began in 2008, 3 years after his arrest. Those 3 years had been consumed by investigation, exhumations, toxicology tests, witness interviews, legal preparations. The case was unprecedented in German legal history, complex in its scope and disturbing in its details. Prosecutors faced a monumental challenge: how to prove murders that had occurred years earlier, when much of the physical evidence had been destroyed through burial or cremation. The courtroom in Oldenburg was packed. Media from across Germany and beyond filled the press gallery. Families of victims sat in silent rows, many still struggling to accept that their loved ones hadn't died natural deaths but had been murdered. And at the center of it all sat Niels Hogel, ordinary, unremarkable, the monster in human clothing. The prosecution presented their case methodically. They called medical experts who explained how the drugs Hogel administered could induce cardiac arrest. They presented statistical analyses showing the dramatic correlation between Hogel's presence and patient deaths. They introduced testimony from colleagues who described Hogel's suspicious behavior, his unusual access to medications, his consistent presence during emergencies. But the most damning evidence came from Hogel himself. In a decision that stunned observers, he confessed. Not to everything. His memory remained conveniently foggy about specific victims, but he admitted to the core facts. Yes, he'd injected patients with unauthorized medications. Yes, he'd done it deliberately. Yes, he'd caused their deaths. Why? The question hung in the courtroom like a specter. Families deserved an answer. The public demanded understanding. How could someone do this? What possible motivation could justify such horror? Hogel's explanation was maddeningly inadequate. He described feelings of boredom, of wanting excitement and recognition. He talked about the rush of adrenaline during resuscitations, the satisfaction of being praised for his quick thinking. He spoke about his actions with clinical detachment, as if discussing someone else's crimes rather than his own. Psychiatrists evaluated him, searching for the key to his psychology. Their findings were complex. Hogel wasn't psychotic. He knew what he was doing was wrong. He wasn't intellectually disabled. He understood the consequences of his actions. The diagnosis they settled on was narcissistic personality disorder with elements of other personality disturbances. In layman's terms, Hogel had an excessive need for attention and validation, combined with a fundamental inability to empathize with others' suffering. His victims weren't people to him. They were props in a drama where he played the starring role. Their lives, their families, their pain. None of it registered emotionally. They were simply opportunities for him to demonstrate his competence, to receive praise, to feel important. And when they died despite his efforts to save them, he felt no guilt, no remorse, only a vague disappointment that his performance hadn't ended with applause. This psychological profile offered explanation but not absolution. Understanding why a monster kills doesn't make him less monstrous. If anything, the banality of Hogel's motives made his crimes more disturbing. He hadn't killed for ideology or revenge or even personal gain. He'd killed for attention, for a brief moment of feeling valued, for the satisfaction of playing hero. The lives of dozens of people were worth less to him than a pat on the back from colleagues. The trial focused initially on charges related to Delmenhorst Hospital. Prosecutors had identified 29 murder and 6 attempted murder charges they believed they could prove beyond reasonable doubt. These were cases where toxicology evidence was available, where witnesses could testify to Hogel's presence and behavior, where the chain of evidence was solid enough to withstand legal scrutiny. 29 murders, 6 attempted murders. These numbers alone would make Hogel one of Germany's most prolific serial killers. But everyone in that courtroom knew these charges represented only a fraction of his actual crimes. The true victim count was likely far higher, possibly exceeding 100. But without bodies to exhume, without tissue samples to test, without clear evidence, Those other deaths would remain legally unprovable, officially unexplained. This created a profound injustice. Families whose loved ones had been cremated or buried too long for reliable toxicology testing would never receive official confirmation that their family member had been murdered. They would never see justice served for those specific deaths. They were left in a terrible limbo, morally certain their loved one had been Hogel's victim, but legally unable to prove it. On February 26, 2008, the verdict came down. Guilty on 5 counts of murder, 2 counts of attempted murder. The convictions were limited because the evidence for many cases wasn't sufficient to meet Germany's high standard of proof. But 5 murders were enough. Hogel was sentenced to life imprisonment. Life imprisonment in Germany doesn't necessarily mean dying in prison. After 15 years, inmates can petition for parole if they're deemed no longer dangerous. This possibility infuriated many observers. A man who'd killed dozens would be eligible for release after serving just 15 years? It seemed grossly inadequate given the magnitude of his crimes. But the legal system had spoken. Hogel was led away to prison, and many assumed that was the end of the story. Justice had been served. The monster was caged. Except it wasn't the end. It was barely the beginning. In the years following Hogel's conviction, pressure mounted for a more comprehensive investigation. Families whose loved ones weren't included in the trial demanded answers. Journalists investigated, revealing more evidence of institutional failures and possible additional victims. The public wanted accountability not just from Hogel, but from the hospitals that had enabled him. In 2012, a commission was established to investigate the systemic failures that had allowed Hogel to kill for so long. Their findings were damning. Both Oldenburg and Delmenhorst hospitals had missed or ignored warning signs. Medication control protocols were inadequate. Death rates weren't properly monitored. Staff concerns weren't taken seriously. And most egregiously, Oldenburg's decision not to report Hogel to police in 2001 had directly enabled his subsequent murders in Delmenhorst. These revelations sparked outrage. Hospital administrators were hauled before parliamentary committees and grilled about their failures. How could they have been so negligent? How could they have prioritized institutional reputation over patient safety? The answers were unsatisfying. A combination of bureaucratic inertia, misplaced trust, and a fundamental failure to imagine that one of their own could be a serial killer. But outrage and commission reports don't bring back the dead. Families were left with questions that would never be fully answered. Did their father die naturally, or did Hogel kill him? What about their mother, their spouse, their sibling? The cremated dead, the long buried, the cases without enough evidence. They would remain forever uncertain. This uncertainty gnawed at investigators. They knew Hogel had killed far more people than the 5 murders he'd been convicted of. They knew families deserved answers. They knew justice had been incomplete. So they kept investigating, kept exhuming bodies when possible, kept reviewing records. And they kept questioning Hogel. In prison, he was interviewed repeatedly, pressed to remember specific victims, to provide details that could help investigators identify additional murders. Initially, Hogel was uncooperative, claiming memory problems, providing vague or contradictory information. But gradually, perhaps seeking attention even in prison, he began to talk more freely. In 2014, investigators announced a breakthrough. Based on new evidence and Hogel's expanded confessions, they believed they could bring additional charges. The scope of his crimes was becoming clearer, and it was worse than anyone had imagined. Conservative estimates now suggested he'd killed at least 100 people, making him potentially the most prolific serial killer in German history and one of the deadliest serial killers worldwide. This revelation stunned even those familiar with the case. 100 victims, in hospitals, under the care of medical professionals. Over the course of years, the magnitude was almost incomprehensible. Prosecutors began preparing for a second trial. This time, they would charge Hogel with 100 counts of murder. They would present evidence from both hospitals, spanning his entire career. They would call dozens of witnesses, present expert testimony, lay out the full horror of his crimes. And they would seek something approaching complete justice, or at least as complete as the legal system could provide. But legal proceedings moved slowly. Years passed as evidence was gathered. Witnesses were prepared, legal strategies were refined. Families waited for their day in court, for official acknowledgement that their loved ones had been murdered, for the chance to confront Hogel and hear him explain, if any explanation was possible, why he'd killed. During this waiting period, more institutional failures came to light. It emerged that even after Hogel's 2008 conviction, both hospitals had been slow to contact families of potential victims. Some families only learned years later that their loved one's death was being investigated as a possible murder. This secondary victimization, the bureaucratic indifference to their pain and their right to know, added insult to injury. Civil lawsuits were filed against both hospitals. Families sought compensation not just for their loss, but for the negligence that had enabled that loss. The hospitals settled many cases out of court, paying damages that, while financially significant, could never truly compensate for a murdered loved one. Criminal investigations were launched into hospital administrators and staff. Could they be charged with negligent homicide for failing to stop Hogel? Did their inaction rise to the level of criminal culpability? These questions were legally complex. While the administrators' failures were clear, proving criminal intent or gross negligence sufficient for conviction was challenging. Ultimately, several hospital employees were charged with involuntary manslaughter or negligent bodily harm for their failure to act on warnings about Hogel. These trials attracted less attention than Hogel's own, but they were important nonetheless. They established the principle that institutional failures to protect patients from a known threat could carry legal consequences. The convictions were generally light, suspended sentences, fines, no prison time. Many felt this was inadequate, that the administrators who'd enabled dozens of deaths should face more serious consequences. But the legal system distinguishes between active harm and passive negligence, between killing and failing to prevent killing. The administrators hadn't murdered anyone. They'd simply failed to stop someone else from murdering. Morally reprehensible? Yes. Criminally equivalent to murder? No. This distinction frustrated many observers, but it reflected fundamental principles of criminal law. We punish acts more severely than omissions, even when omissions have terrible consequences. The administrator's punishment was limited by this legal reality, regardless of the moral weight of their failures. Meanwhile, Hogel remained in prison, awaiting his second trial. Reports from the facility suggested he was a model prisoner, quiet, compliant, unremarkable. Just as he'd been an unremarkable nurse, he was now an unremarkable inmate. The monster had receded into ordinariness, leaving only a middle-aged man serving time for crimes that had once consumed him. But the crimes hadn't been forgotten. Families hadn't moved on. Justice remained incomplete, and investigators continued their painstaking work, building a case that would finally, fully document the scope of Niels Hogel's murders. The second trial was scheduled for 2018, 13 years after Hogel's arrest, 10 years after his first conviction. Justice delayed, perhaps, but not entirely denied. The system was slow, frustrating, imperfect, but it was moving forward, toward a day when Hogel would face comprehensive charges for his crimes, when families would hear official acknowledgement of their losses, when Germany would confront the full horror of what had happened in 2 of its hospitals. The angel of death would face judgment again. And this time, the world would learn the full truth about how many lives he'd stolen, how much suffering he'd caused, and how a system designed to protect patients had catastrophically failed. The trial was coming. The reckoning was near. All that remained was for justice to finally, fully be served. October 30th, 2018. The Oldenburg Courthouse, a building that had witnessed countless trials over decades, prepared for something unprecedented. Outside, media vans lined the streets, satellite dishes pointed skyward, reporters from across Europe and beyond jostling for position. Inside, the courtroom filled with families, some elderly, some middle-aged, some younger, but all united by a common bond. They believed Niels Hogel had murdered someone they loved. This was the second trial of Niels Hogel, and it would be the most comprehensive attempt to document his crimes ever undertaken. He faced 100 counts of murder, representing victims from both Oldenburg Hospital and Delmenhorst Hospital, spanning his entire nursing career. The trial was expected to last months, calling dozens of witnesses, presenting mountains of evidence, and finally, hopefully, providing answers that families had sought for years. Hogel entered the courtroom looking older than his 41 years. Prison had aged him, or perhaps it was the weight of his crimes finally manifesting physically. He took his seat between his defense attorneys, his expression blank, unreadable. He would spend the coming months sitting there, listening to testimony about the people he'd killed, facing families whose lives he'd destroyed, confronting the full scope of his monstrosity. The prosecution's opening statement was methodical and devastating. They outlined the timeline of Hogel's crimes, describing how he'd moved from Oldenburg to Delmenhorst, killing at both facilities. They explained his method, the unauthorized administration of cardiac drugs, the induced emergencies, the failed resuscitation attempts. They presented statistical analyses showing that death rates spiked dramatically during his shifts, creating patterns too stark to be coincidental. And they promised to prove, beyond any reasonable doubt, that Niels Hogel had murdered at least 100 people in pursuit of attention, excitement, and the twisted satisfaction of playing God. 100 people. The number hung in the courtroom like a physical presence, crushing in its enormity. To put it in perspective, Hogel had potentially killed more people than most wars had claimed in German cities during peacetime. He'd killed more people than most terrorist attacks. He'd killed more people than died in many natural disasters. And he'd done it quietly, methodically, in places where people came seeking healing. The families listened, some weeping, others stone-faced with grief too deep for tears. Many had waited over a decade for this moment. Some had suspected murder from the beginning but couldn't prove it. Others had only learned years after their loved one's death that the cause might have been homicide rather than natural causes. All of them deserved answers. All of them deserved justice. The trial proceeded witness by witness, case by case. Medical experts testified about the drugs Hogel had used, explaining in clinical detail how medications like Agmelin and Giluritimol affect the heart. When administered to someone with a cardiac condition, these drugs could be therapeutic. When administered to someone who didn't need them, they became weapons, forcing the heart into rhythms it couldn't sustain, triggering cascading failures that led to death. Forensic toxicologists presented their findings from exhumed bodies. Despite the years that had passed, despite decomposition and time's degrading effects on tissue samples, they'd found traces. Chemical signatures that shouldn't have been present. Medications the deceased had never been prescribed. Evidence that someone had poisoned these patients, that their deaths weren't natural, that they'd been murdered. But the exhumations had revealed something else, something that added another layer of tragedy to an already unbearable case. Cremation had destroyed evidence in dozens of cases. Families who'd chosen cremation for their loved ones, a common practice in Germany, now faced the reality that this decision, made in grief and without any suspicion of foul play, had eliminated the possibility of proving murder. Their loved ones were included in Hogel's confessed victim count, but the evidence was literally ash, impossible to test, legally insufficient for conviction. This meant that even in this comprehensive trial, not all victims would receive justice. Hogel confessed to killing approximately 100 people, but prosecutors could only bring charges where evidence existed. Dozens of deaths would remain legally unprovable, existing in a gray zone where everyone believed murder had occurred but couldn't definitively demonstrate it in court. Former colleagues testified, describing their growing suspicions, their warnings to supervisors, their frustration when concerns were dismissed or minimized. One nurse broke down on the witness stand, sobbing that she'd known something was wrong, that she tried to speak up, but hadn't pushed hard enough, hadn't done enough to stop him. The guilt she carried was palpable, suffocating, even though legally and morally the fault lay with Hogel and the administrators who'd ignored warnings. Hospital administrators were called to testify about the systemic failures. Why weren't medication inventories better controlled? Why weren't death rates more carefully monitored? Why were staff concerns not taken more seriously? The answers varied: budget constraints, understaffing, misplaced trust, simple bureaucratic incompetence. but none of them were sufficient. None of them justified the deaths. None of them brought comfort to the families listening. The testimony from Oldenburg Hospital was particularly painful. Administrators admitted that they'd suspected Hogel of causing patient deaths in 2001, that they'd confronted and fired him, but that they'd chosen not to report him to police. This decision had been made to protect the hospital's reputation, to avoid scandal, to handle the problem internally. And that decision had cost lives. Every victim Hogel claimed in Delmenhorst after 2001 died because Oldenburg chose silence over safety. The families of Delmenhorst victims stared at these administrators with barely concealed fury. Their loved ones would be alive if Oldenburg had simply made a phone call to police. A single phone call. But reputation had mattered more than the lives of people the administrators would never meet, people in a different hospital, people whose deaths would be someone else's problem. Then came the moment the courtroom had been waiting for. Niels Hogel's testimony. He took the stand, swore to tell the truth, and began to speak. His voice was quiet, almost monotone, devoid of emotion. He confirmed the basic facts of his crimes. Yes, he'd administered unauthorized medications. Yes, he'd intended to induce cardiac emergencies. Yes, he'd known patients might die. The presiding judge pressed him for specifics. How many people did he kill? Hogel's answer was chilling in its vagueness. I don't know exactly. Around 100, I think, but I'm not certain. He couldn't remember individual victims. They'd blurred together over the years. Just faces on beds, bodies receiving injections, emergencies to respond to. The unique, irreplaceable human beings he'd murdered had left so little impression on him that he couldn't distinguish one from another. Why did he do it? The question came from multiple angles, from judges, from prosecutors, from victims' family members allowed to question him directly. Hogel's explanations were consistent with what he'd said before. Boredom, need for excitement, desire for recognition. But hearing him say it again, in the presence of so many grieving families, somehow made it worse. The absolute banality of his motives, the sheer pettiness of his psychological needs compared to the enormity of his crimes, was almost unbearable. One family member stood and addressed him directly. My mother trusted you. She thought you were there to help her. How could you betray that trust? How could you kill someone who looked at you with hope? Hogel had no satisfactory answer. He mumbled something about being sorry, about not fully understanding his own motivations at the time, about recognizing now that what he'd done was wrong. But his apology felt hollow, performative, empty of genuine remorse. Psychiatrists testified about Hogel's psychological profile. They described his narcissistic traits, his need for external validation, his inability to genuinely empathize with others' suffering. One psychiatrist noted that Hogel seemed to understand intellectually that murder was wrong but didn't feel it emotionally. He could recite appropriate moral statements, but they were just words, disconnected from any genuine emotional understanding. This created a legal question. Was Hogel capable of genuine remorse? Could someone with his psychological makeup truly regret his actions? Or was he simply performing remorse because he understood it was expected? The distinction mattered for questions of rehabilitation and parole. If Hogel couldn't actually feel remorse, if his moral understanding was purely intellectual rather than emotional, could he ever be safely released? Or would he always be a danger, his psychological needs unchanged, waiting for opportunity to act on them again? The trial stretched across months. Autumn turned to winter, winter to spring. The courtroom became a second home for many families, a place where they sat day after day, listening to evidence, hearing testimony, watching Hogel sit impassively as the scope of his crimes was laid bare. For some, the trial provided a measure of closure, official acknowledgement that their loved one had been murdered, legal validation of their suspicions. For others, it reopened wounds that had never fully healed, forcing them to relive the loss, to imagine their family members' final moments, to confront the horror of how they died. As the trial progressed, a disturbing question emerged. Could this happen again? Had German hospitals learned from the Hogel case? Had protocols been implemented to prevent another healthcare serial killer from operating with impunity? The answers were mixed. Some reforms had been enacted: better medication controls, more careful monitoring of death rates, clearer procedures for reporting concerns. But fundamentally, hospitals still had to trust their employees. Background checks could only reveal past wrongdoing, not predict future behavior. Someone with no criminal history, like Hogel when he was first hired, could still slip through. This realization was deeply unsettling. Healthcare requires trust between patients and providers, between colleagues, between institutions and the public. But that trust is also a vulnerability, an opening that predators like Hogel can exploit. There's no perfect solution, no foolproof system that can guarantee safety while still allowing medicine to function. All that can be done is to remain vigilant, to take concerns seriously, to prioritize patient safety over institutional reputation. The trial also raised questions about confession and cooperation in criminal cases. Hogel had eventually confessed to approximately 100 murders and cooperated with investigators to some extent. Should this cooperation affect his sentence? Some argued that his willingness to provide information deserved some consideration. Others countered that he'd only confessed after being caught, that he'd initially lied and obstructed, and that providing accurate information about crimes you committed shouldn't earn leniency. It's the bare minimum of accepting responsibility. German law doesn't have plea bargaining in the American sense, but cooperation can be considered during sentencing. The prosecution and defense debated whether Hogel's admissions should be treated as mitigating factors. Ultimately, the court would have to balance multiple considerations: the severity of his crimes, the number of victims, his psychological profile, his potential for rehabilitation, and yes, his cooperation with authorities. On June 6, 2019, after more than 7 months of testimony and deliberation, the verdict came down. The judges had reviewed hundreds of pages of evidence, heard dozens of witnesses, and considered the full scope of Hogel's crimes. Their decision was comprehensive and unequivocal. Guilty on 85 counts of murder. 15 cases were dropped due to insufficient evidence, despite Hogel's confessions, because the standard of proof in criminal court requires more than just an admission. But 85 murders, 85 proven, documented, evidence murders were more than enough. 85 people, 85 families destroyed, 85 lives stolen by a man who wanted to feel important, who craved excitement, who needed attention. The number was staggering, almost impossible to comprehend. In German history, perhaps in European history, Niels Hogel stood as one of the most prolific serial killers ever documented. The sentence: life imprisonment with a determination of particular severity of guilt. This was the harshest possible penalty under German law. The particular severity finding meant that Hogel would not be eligible for parole after 15 years, the standard threshold for life sentences. Instead, he would serve significantly longer, with parole considered only after decades, and even then only if he was deemed no longer dangerous. Effectively, it was a whole life sentence. Hogel was 42 years old at sentencing. The likelihood of him ever walking free again was vanishingly small. He would grow old in prison, would spend his remaining decades in a cell, his days unmarked by the drama and excitement he'd once craved. The attention he'd sought would come not as praise but as infamy. He would be remembered, yes, but as a monster, a cautionary tale, a name synonymous with betrayal and death. As the verdict was read, families in the courtroom reacted with mixed emotions. Some wept with relief justice, at least legally, had been served. Others remained stoic, their grief too deep for public display. A few expressed frustration that 15 of the cases hadn't resulted in convictions, that the full scope of Hogel's crimes hadn't been legally acknowledged. But most recognized that 85 convictions represented a comprehensive victory, an official recognition that their loved ones had been murdered, that their suspicions had been valid, that their grief was justified. Hogel himself showed little reaction to the verdict. He sat quietly, listening as the judges recounted his crimes, one after another, a litany of death that took nearly an hour to read in full. When it was over, when the last guilty verdict had been pronounced, he simply nodded slightly and was led away by guards. No dramatic outburst, no final statement, no last attempt to explain himself. Just a nod, and then he was gone, beginning a prison sentence that would last until death. But the trial's end wasn't the end of the story. Civil suits continued against the hospitals. More families came forward, believing their loved ones had been Hogel's victims even though the deaths hadn't been included in the trial. Investigators continued reviewing records, trying to identify additional victims, seeking to document the full scope of the crimes. The official victim count stood at 85 proven murders, with credible evidence suggesting the true number exceeded 100, possibly reaching as high as 300 according to some statistical analyses. 300. The uncertainty itself was a tragedy. Families who would never know for certain whether their loved one had died naturally or been murdered, who would carry that doubt for the rest of their lives. Medical ethicists studied the case, trying to extract lessons, to understand what went wrong and how to prevent recurrence. They identified multiple failure points: inadequate medication controls, insufficient statistical monitoring, a culture of institutional self-protection over patient safety, and a fundamental failure of imagination, an inability to believe that a healthcare worker, a supposed healer, could be a serial killer. Nursing organizations grappled with the damage to their profession's reputation. Nurses are society's most trusted professionals, and Hogel had weaponized that trust, had turned the healing profession into a vehicle for murder. The case reinforced the need for vigilance, for speaking up when something seems wrong, for prioritizing patient safety over collegial loyalty or institutional reputation. And in prisons, psychiatric facilities, and criminal justice departments, experts pondered a disturbing question: how many other Niels Hogels might be out there? Healthcare serial killers are difficult to detect precisely because death in medical settings is expected. A nurse or doctor with murderous intent has opportunities that other killers don't: legitimate access to vulnerable victims, to lethal medications, to situations where death raises no immediate suspicion. Statistical analyses suggest there may be more healthcare serial killers than we realize, operating undetected because we don't want to believe such predators exist. This possibility is terrifying, but acknowledging it is necessary. Pretending that Hogel was a unique aberration, an impossible to predict anomaly, makes future tragedies more likely. The truth is that wherever there are vulnerable people and opportunities for exploitation, predators will emerge. The challenge is creating systems that can detect and stop them before they claim dozens of victims. Niels Hogel is now inmate number 1824 at a maximum security prison in Germany. He's held in relative isolation for his own protection. Even among criminals, those who harm the sick and elderly are despised. His days are monotonous, regulated, empty of the excitement he once craved. He'll never practice nursing again. He'll never walk free. He'll never experience the recognition and attention he pathologically needs. He wanted to be remembered as a hero. Instead, he's remembered as a monster. History will record him not as the dedicated nurse who saved lives, but as the angel of death who stole them. His name will be spoken with revulsion, used as a cautionary tale, invoked whenever discussions arise about institutional failures and the predators who exploit them. The victims, meanwhile, are remembered by those who loved them, not as statistics, not as case numbers, but as individuals, mothers and fathers, husbands and wives, beloved grandparents with stories and laughter and lives that mattered. They deserved to grow old peacefully, to die naturally when their time came. Instead, they died at the hands of someone they trusted, in places they'd come seeking help. Their families carry on, forever changed by loss and by the knowledge of how that loss occurred. They've formed support groups, advocated for legal reforms, fought to ensure that other families never experience what they've endured. From tragedy, they've tried to extract meaning, to honor their dead by preventing future deaths. And that, perhaps, is the only redemption possible in a case this dark. That the victims are not forgotten, that their deaths serve as warning and catalyst for change, that from evil this profound comes determination to create good. The angel of death destroyed countless lives, but the living refused to let those deaths be meaningless. Niels Hogel sits in a cell, serving a sentence that will end only with his death. The victims rest in cemeteries across Germany, their deaths finally acknowledged as murders. The families endure, carrying grief but also determination. And hospitals, ideally, remain vigilant, having learned through terrible tragedy that monsters don't always announce themselves. Sometimes they apply for jobs, put on scrubs, and call themselves healers. The nightmare is over. The monster is caged. But the scars remain, and the questions linger. How did this happen? How did it happen for so long? And how do we ensure it never happens again? Those questions have no easy answers, but they must be asked. They must be confronted, because the price of silence, of willful blindness, of prioritizing comfort over truth, has been paid in the bodies of the dead. The angel of death has fallen. May his victims rest in peace. May their families find whatever closure is possible. And may we all remember the lessons written in blood, that trust must be earned and verified, that institutions must serve people rather than protect themselves, and that vigilance, however uncomfortable, is the price of safety. The Niels Hogel case is closed, but its legacy, its warnings, its lessons, its call to action must endure. That's the only justice the dead can receive now, that their deaths mean something, that they prevent future tragedies, that from darkness comes light. And in a prison cell, a monster grows old, forgotten by all but those whose lives he destroyed. It's not enough. It will never be enough. But it's all the justice our imperfect world can provide. The hunt for the monster is over. The monster lost. And we must ensure that in every hospital, every clinic, every place of healing, such monsters can never hunt again. Thank you for watching and joining us as we explored these chilling and mysterious stories. If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with others who love a good mystery. Also, let us know where you're watching from. I'd love to hear where in the world you're tuning in. We appreciate you being part of this, and we'll see you next time for more gripping stories. Stay safe, stay curious, and keep unraveling the unknown.